Right, let's get this started, shall we? Hello, greetings. Welcome. Oh, he's got another quest. I don't think that was important though. What sort of voice would you have? I hear you've been a busy bee, Sanctity. Seems half the whispers what come my way relate to your comings and goings. Being the active type you are, I reckon you'd be interested in investigating some queer rumors, am I right? But before that, let me ask you. Ever heard of a man named Hildebrand? No. Did you hear him tell it? He was Eorzea's greatest and most famous inspector. Still, can't seem surprised you don't know him. To his credit, Hildebrand and his assistant had a knack for showing up when something shady was afoot. As for sussing out the culprits, well, he had his moments, though I hesitate to give him sole credit. Any road. 5 years ago he gets in his head that he's cracked the code as Messiah's 7th verse, Dalamud the Calamity. All of it can be stopped, he says, as long as he finds a hero of prophecy, and wouldn't you know it, the hero was Hildebrand himself. So he flies off towards Dalamud. Aye, that's right, he flew. Launched himself straight in the air somehow, ridiculous as it sounds. Of course it's only logic that it's got to come back down. Though it was only recently that we found his body. I had reason for bringing this up. Ah, right. So Nashu, Hildebrand's as well assistant, has become an inspector in her own right. At present, she's investigating the queer rumours I mentioned earlier. She's a sweet lass. A bit daft, but sweet nonetheless. So when I hear she's at her wit's end, I want to help. Thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of the living. The zombies are definitely not my forte. So, if you're willing, I'd be grateful if you would lend a hand. As for where to find her, she's like to visit Hildebrand's grave in the Lich Yard. When she's frustrated. Try looking for her there. Right, tell the way to Camp Drybone. I think that's the closest. Oh yeah, I've got this as well. I'm just going to quickly get this out of the way whilst we're in the area. That's related to the Tamtara dungeon, hard mode. Oh, if only you were still alive, Inspector. You'd know how to stop these zombies. Ah, you there. Could it be? You've come to offer your services to me. Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. Ahem. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries, Extraordinary Inspector. At least, that's what I'm trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildebrand was a great man, a real Eorzean hero. We travelled the world, me and him, solving cases and thwarting evil, No matter the mystery, you could always count on the inspector to solve it with grace and style. But then there was the final case. The case of the century, he called it. How to stop the Red Moon from destroying the world. To save us all, he flew into the sky, and all I could do was watch. But then he came back down and he... This is all a joke. A big, funny joke, right, Inspector? Any moment now you'll burst out of the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had you fooled, eh?" And we'll laugh and laugh. Hildebrand Manderville, beloved son. They say no one remembers the warriors of light. The names, the faces, all gone forever. But I remember you, Inspector. No, gentleman hero Hildebrand. I could never be the hero you were, but I'll try my best. I, Nashu, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. So I told myself, well, Nashu, you must be a leader, a head zombie, who tells the rest what to do. Therefore, all we need to do is kill him again, that is. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is, or how to find him. But now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the one good idea I've come up with so far. If you go to where these dapper zombies were last seen in southern Thanalan, you might be able to find them. And then you could, then you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yes, that's sure to work. Alright. I'll give it a try for you, Nashu. But if I become a zombie too, I won't be happy. I'll be a sad zombie. Ye shall see. Where? Oh, down there, okay. Fallen corpses arrive in style. Oh, that's rather fortunate, let's see. I'll take it. Right, so need to... Where are you? Oh, no, we want to click yes on that, no on that. There we go. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful. I've been busy too. The head zombie will rue the day when he meets me. He'll see. So tell me, what do you learn? Oh, so you weren't able to make new friends. That's a shame. But this parchment. This is a map of the Sagoli Desert. The spot marked here to the south. And look, there's even something written here. The gentleman is rather than does. Sort of reminds me of well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us, assistant. Onwards to the Sagoli. No, I'm gonna ride around on one of my horses. This one. I'm gonna ride around on this horse. Reminds me I need to add these to favorites. I don't think I misread the map. Maybe they're just shy. Though, say we call them out, and let them know we come in peace. And when their leader shows himself, we strike. We'll shout, a gentleman is rather than does. Who summons the gentle dead men? They live, and we... Oh, that was them. They live, and we hunger. My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Spare this fine gentleman and fair lady your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more. Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! No. It's an airship! No! It's an inspector! We hear and we obey. It is you! It really is you! I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildebrand. Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? My name is Zombiebrand, Devourer of Brains, Undead Overlord Extraordinaire. What are you saying? You're not an undead overlord. You're a gentleman inspector. Inspector, overlord, inspector, overlord. Oh, Inspector, you're just confused is all. Don't worry, I'll knock some sense back into that noggin of yours. Stay your hand, my lady. You know not what you do. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of this blast is more likely to liquefy me. If crashing into the ground made you forget, an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. See, even you acknowledge the possibility that this plan will result in my... death. Normally I would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu, but I would have preferred that you found a more elegant solution. Ah, he remembers me! Inspector Hildebrand remembers me! Yes, yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Looks at player character. Oh, sad kid, sad. That was impressive. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I saw a dragon and... It's this place. And for that matter, who am I? It just shows you how he amassed his following. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine gentleman be? Perhaps he could be the one of my many admirers. Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears, this dizziness, could it be a case? Could it be? Verily, it could be naught else. Somewhere nearby, dastardly doings are afoot, and only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Aha! The Segoli Desert. I'd bet my life on it. Which means Uldar is but a short trek away. Yes, it all fits. Only that den of iniquity could be so violently trigger my investigator sense. Fear not, law-abiding citizens. I, Inspector Hildebrand, shall soon deliver you from evil. Which way did he go? Do you see? Oh dear, I've got to find him. Ah, I changed my outfit too. Nice little phoenix down, we'll hold on to that. I'll help these out with this. And ride off into the ether. Since we're going back to Uldar, I might as well just teleport. Probably quicker. Alright, Agnes, what have you seen? Beg your pardon? You wish to question me as to the whereabouts of that deviant running around town dressed in rags? Do I look like a reporter of the Mithril Eye? I do not consult with perverts. Alrighty. I mean, his clothes were a bit damaged, sure, but no need to call him a pervert. It's just a bit raggedy in the cloth. What? You're looking for a half-naked Highlander who likes to catch criminals? Think I remember a thing like that. If you do manage to find this inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about that goddamn duelist. He meets Pa's cousin's kid. His best friend lost his blade the other day to that. Flurkadabler. Sorry, lad. But if it's information you want, it'd be served best by going to Wymond. Only rumors I've heard are those about the weapon thief. Calls himself a duelist or surveyor. But when you don't allow your opponents to refuse, well... yeah, it's not really a duel then, it's just like forced combat. It's what we call the bully. Stream died on my phone, so I just need to reboot that. There we go. I take it you've dealt with that zombie problem, eh? So, do tell me. Just why were they all dressing up like dandies? Wyman! Hey, Wyman! Thal almighty. Wear me with a bleeding spear. The dead have risen, and they walk in the streets of Uldar. No need for melodrama, my good man. As you can see, reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. It's true, he's not a zombie, I checked. Aye, you do seem to be hale and healthy, which begs a question. How in the seven hells did you survive that fall? I've managed to change his accent. And this is why I say that I'm a bad voice acting. Ah! Why question divine providence? What matters is that Eorzea's champion has returned, and that he, and by that means I, shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Heard about that, did you? Might be harder than you think. He's changed again. Ugh, why can't I just stick with a voice? Even I've got no inkling of that fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable! I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable Wyman is without a single shred of information, even one of dubious relevance. Well, I make no promises, mind you, but there's some talk of a fair maiden. What said her most? This knave assaulted a young woman as well? The audacity! I should fly to her side at... Why, isn't the gentleman from the Sagoli? A serendipitous encounter indeed. Unless you too seek the belligerent duelist. Capital! It will be invigorating to engage in a friendly battle of wits. Already the spirit of competition fills me. Come, Nashu, we must away! Damn it, Hildy. I ain't told you the lass's name yet. He's an inspector extraordinaire. He doesn't need names. Well, Sanctity. You might as well go after him. I'll be disappointed if you don't. The lady in question is named Yellow Moon. It's a woman with a taste for finer things in life. Safe to say you'll find her getting fitted for something in the Weavers Guild most every day. Good luck with the inspecting, Inspector. It'd probably been quicker to just go to the Aetheryte and teleport that way. It would have been a lot quicker. If only I'd have turned around. Weaver's Guild. This one. Yep. My beloved pure heart was unlike any one you've ever seen. Elegant, refined, the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You'll bring it to me, won't you? a priceless possession, callously ripped from the hands of its owner. The lady weeps, and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could hear this clarion call and not beg the honor of championing her cause? What in the world? I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall scour all creation, from the deepest pits of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for your pure heart. What he said. And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell us of the theft? Thefts, sir, to be precise. My pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. I'm certain I had it when I left home the other day. After I browsed the latest fashions in Sunsilk and took in a match at the Colosseum, I realized it was gone. So, the time and location of the thefts are unknown. Essential details, without which we cannot solve the case. But there is one logical course of action, Miss Moon. To coax the hidden clues out of your memories, we must reenact that fateful day's excursion. 2 Sunsilk tapestries. Where is that? Oh man. Miss Moon, would you be so kind as to describe your visit in detail on the day in question? Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist. I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress, when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of a man says that to a complete stranger, I ask you? Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse in shock, not intentionally, on his foot. He cried out in pain and fled. If I may be so bold, Miss Moon, that strikes me as a most unusual happening. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. Let us next proceed to the Colosseum and see what you remember. Where is the gladiators? Oh. Just continue around. That crate's funny looking. Looking at me funny. Once again, Miss Moon, if you would be so kind as to tell us what you remember. Well, like before, nothing unusual happened. I felt like gambling that day and was debating which match to observe. And a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Naturally, I was taken aback, so I whirled around and struck the man in the face with my purse, in shock, not intentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 60 ponzers, and the blow was enough to render him unconscious. 120 ponzers? Miss Moon, you are a remarkably strong woman. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's so obvious in hindsight. The thief bore you a grudge. No, it's more than that. He hated you with a passion. There are a lot of giant crates in Ulda. The Weavers Guild, the Sunsilk Tapestries, and here too. These crates are everywhere. I wonder what's inside. I don't see how we can open. Ah, of course, I still have plenty of explosives. Here, why don't you try? It'll be fun. Oh, gods have mercy! Subnote. At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth, reached only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Hearken to me now, for as a shepherd leads his flock, I shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. A gladiator professes his feelings, only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride as a warrior and a man. Resenting her prowess, whilst recognizing his weakness, he carries out a more feasible vengeance. He robs Yellow Moon of her weapon, the Pure Heart. Inspector, we found the Pure Heart. These strange men sneaking around town in wooden crates had it. It's not what you think. We're not thieves, we're devotees. Yellow Moon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm, and should she misplace an item from time to time, we collect it for safekeeping. Nothing untoward. You deviants were behind all the thefts. All this time you've been stalking me. What nerve! Ah, such unbridled fury, such righteous indignation. You'd be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Goddess? Devotees? Ah, but of course. That I had you inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed. As I was elucidating but a moment ago, those fiends are obviously the ones who are responsible for the recent rash of weapon thefts. Those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile. Unless you've forgotten, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victims' weapons after defeating them in single combat. If your powers of observation are as great as you claim, you should have deduced that those buffoons in the boxes were incapable of such. I should know. I'm a reporter for the Mithril Eye. My name is Ellie. I've been investigating these incidents for weeks. Inspector Hildebrand, a gentleman investigator and agent of inquiry, I presume. You're looking well for a dead man. Would you like to meet one of the duelist's victims? I'll introduce you with pleasure. You would be willing to share such precious information with me? Your generosity is most commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship. Yes, very good. The name of the man is... What the bloody hell do you think you're going? I haven't even told you anything yet. Suppose you're the imbecile's friend. You intend to help him. The man you want to find is an adventurer named Humphrey. At present he can be found at the Golden Bazaar. With luck, the good inspector may find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. I wonder what will happen when he discovers that the victim is the perpetrator as well. I need to click yes on this one, no on this one. Helps if I fly the right direction, doesn't it? Hi, I'm Humphrey, and you are? At last, I've caught up with you. You're there, young sir. I'm told you are the victim of a marauding duelist. Me? A victim? Haha, how amusing. You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist a long time ago. Not long ago. But where he thought he could find a whelp, he found a warrior of light instead. I defended my honor and my blade. See for yourself. You mean you won? That's amazing. Heh. Well, it's nothing compared to what I faced at Cartano. Magitech to the right of us, Magitech to the left of us, stuck in the middle with Master Lou. Like, Magitech to the right of us, Magitech to the left, stuck in. Here I am, stuck in the middle with Lou. Stuck in the middle with Master Lou we were. Caw. He was a dab hand at the old magic, he was. Tried to save him, of course. There's a limit to how many giant beasties a man can... That man is no warrior of light. Tell them, Elazar. Tell them how he surrendered a sword that was not his own. Liar! Scoundrel! I trusted that with me father's blade. I bid him to take it to a smithy for restoration. Even gave him gil to pay for it. Now he comes crawling back, snivelling and begging for forgiveness for losing it in a duel. As if that's enough to set things right. Look at me. Look at me. I should probably read ahead a little bit more. Like, look at me, you bleeding whoreson. Look at me. My flowing golden locks are no more. I've gone bald from all the stress and heartbreak. I swear to everything holy, you'll face a reckoning if you don't bring her back to me. Alright. Beat the crap out of me and took the old man's sword. I used the gil to pay the chirurgeon. I have no idea where he or the sword are. What am I supposed to do, huh? I can't give him what I don't have, unless you help me find the sword. That's what you do, right? You help people? Have you no shame? First you claim a legacy not your own, then you beg others to help with problems of your own making. You will refuse this man, won't you, Inspector? And what of Elazar's flowing golden locks? How will forsaking young Humphrey help the man he has wronged? We shall begin our search for the sword by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar. Just going to get rid of this marker. Alright, what have you got to tell me? Antique swords? Oh, I haven't the foggiest about that. The travelling merchant Jojonpa is one you you want to speak with. Seemingly hasn't left. Elzar's sword? Wasn't much to look at, but at least it was authentic. More than a few collectors have been tricked into purchasing counterfeit relics. That boy should be ashamed of himself, robbing poor Elazar of a priceless family heirloom. Just goes to show that you should never trust an adventurer who claims to be a warrior of light. Thieves and tricksters, there's a lot of them. It may not be the most honourable solution, but mayhap you should consider giving Elazar a counterfeit blade. If the deception brings him peace in his final days, what could be so wrong? I'm afraid I have no knowledge of an ancient sword. At least, not of one I can guarantee to be authentic. You see, any wares I determine to be of dubious origins, I immediately discard into the spring east of Camp Tribone. Although I have no swords for sale at present, I may have disposed a facsimile of the similar design to the one you describe. This presents a quandary. Though I am loath to deceive an honourable man like Elazar, a well-intentioned ruse may put his heart at ease, thus spurring the rejuvenation of his flowing golden locks, while we continue the search for the genuine article. Well, if there's a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It's one of the more convenient sources of fresh water in the for the common folk in Camp Tribone. Tisk. You should endeavour to be more optimistic, Miss Ellie, like me. I say we should search the spring before declaring all to be lost. Fancy yourself a Manderville man, doing as only a Manderville can. Raise up your hands, raise up your legs, and then your hands. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? Then you can assist me by pouring oil all over my body. Ah, this comforting scent. As though I am a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries, knead the oil into my aching flesh. The pain multiplies manifold. Gently now, gently. Oh God, yes, at last. My muscles slacken and soften. The warmth spreads, and the pain becomes pleasure. Oh God. Right there, yes, just keep doing that, just like that, just like... Yes, now, once more, with feeling. I'm uncomfortable narrating this. Never before have I received such a splendid ministrations. Now then, into the spring, you as well, my good man. a holy pot. It's a muddy bottle. Oh, look at that over there, a muddy pebble. You've been productive. Excellent. May I see what you found? No side of the sword Jompa mentioned, I see. Ah! Now I'm all wet. What was that anyway? Did something cause you to... Once again, my instincts have guided us to our quarry. That I had you search that section of the spring was a stroke of... Inspector, it's bad for your health to conduct investigation in these clothes. I'll go to Ulda and fetch you some new ones. How thoughtful of you, Nashu. Whilst you're there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Elazar as well. The newest, most potent blend you can find. Is it not wonderful, my friend? Soon all of Elazar's woes will be no more. Or will they? That is a big bird. I thought that might have been a mount, but if it were a mount, it despawned by now. That is a massive bird. Almost as big as a yawl. It makes me glad that I'm not a Dragonborn, because I would have just burnt my monitor then. As promised, I return to you your father's ancient blade. Aye, it is her. Every chip and scratch just as I remember. Gods bless ye, sir. I never expected you would go to such lengths for two strangers without thought of reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days. 'Tis common enough if you know where to look. A gentleman recognizes the good in every soul, and understands that none deserve to be forsaken. Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Inspector, I brought you a change of clothing. Also, I bought a supply of tonic from that this peddler I met in Pearl Lane. Excellent work, Nashu. You would just bring me that case? Inspector? Inspector Hildebrand? There appears to be something lodged in my forehead. Could it be a missive from the door in Admira? Sorry, just watching what he's doing in background. The author neglected to pen their name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. That's supposed to be flattering? No, you... It's supposed to be intimidating. The duelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him. That fares. A challenge! For me! Oh, at last! The curtain rises. Very well. If I am to duel the duelist, I must dress for the occasion. He's evolving. I love this questline so much. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, accept your challenge. He's incredible. So bold, so majestic, just like a warrior of light. No, a gentleman of light. He's exceptionally something. Oh, Inspector Hildebrand, you look amazing. Hildebrand. This is far from the strongest of swords. Blue skies and the rolling desert. How much longer must I seek the blade of legend? Isn't he after Odin's sword? Or at least Odin's sword is one of the swords that he's after. Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim this blade. With me, let us call it what it is. With my, let's call it what it is, genius. Hildebrand will return. Hey, I know that spear. That's the one I found buried with the pumpkins. Pumpkin sort of reminds me of, no, it's gone, never mind. Just going to quickly pour myself a drink. Whoops. It's the second time I've not got air freshener off in like as many days. Perchance you are curious about the duelist's declared target. It so happens that I have identified the weapon in question. The treaty blade is part of Ishgardian noble's collection. Or was, I should say. No, it has not been stolen. It has been purchased by an Uldan collector, the wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice it to say, I would be remiss in my duties as a reporter were I to not investigate her. And should the duelist strike while I'm present? Well, I hope I needn't explain what a golden opportunity that would be. Ingratiating myself to her may prove to be the greatest challenge, though. I'm told she is a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I am told that she has a fondness for rare flowers, the sort to see in Camp Drybone cells. You can come along if you like. Meow. Helps if I got the right directions. There we go. There we go. All is good. All is good. Yeah, right, Tom, how you doing? It is nice flying music. Here you are, miss. Thank you for your patronage. Was it for love or money that you killed him? It was you? Have you gone mad? It was the Amalja arrow in his back. I don't even know how to shoot a bow. Amalja don't shoot fleeing unarmed merchants. They capture and temper them. Not that you or your victim make for convincing merchants. If you're going to misrepresent yourself, put some effort into it. Wear gloves, for God's sake. At least don't wave your hands in front of my face. Calluses on your finger betray you as a veteran archer. Doubtless you used your skills to great effect 5 years ago, as did your partner. So again, I ask, was it because he took from you your share, or your sister? You don't touch a man's kin. He knew that, and yet he... Damn, I thought he did it for the money. You two. He's all yours. Yes, of course. Thank you for the help, Inspector. Level 39 on New World and have work. That's kind of sad, but Grat's on level 39. At least he's competent. But when did investigating crimes become such a popular profession? It's not his job, you know. He just likes doing it. He belongs to one of Ishgard's high houses. Some say he's a baron. That's a bit harsh. Not like that buffoon Hildebrand, don't you think? I do try not to think about Hildebrand. We should get going. Lady Durilda will not take kindly to wilted flowers. Luckily, I have just the thing. Takes me right to Vesper Bay. Right over there. Again, as I told the last 20 who came before, if you have come looking for work, you are too late. Even if I were in need of additional security, I would not deign to hire a common adventurer. Now remove yourself from my sight before I have you removed. Do you really think I could be so easily manipulated? Present the right gift, speak the magic words, and you would earn my respect. What is more, A flower's beauty is fleeting. I value beauty which transcends the boundaries of time, everlasting, enduring, unchanging, like mine. Now get out. Forgive us, Lady Dorilda. We meant no disrespect. Disrespect? What happened to my pronunciation? We meant no disrespect. We were afraid that you would not heed our warnings otherwise. A notorious violent thief is plotting to steal the treaty blade. You fools. I shall come to claim the collector's blade, yes? I read the mithril eye. I know full well of whom you speak. It is none of your concern. I have a legion of guards at my disposal. Should he try, I will have him seized or worse. And even if by some miracle he should succeed, he will not escape my wrath, for I have retained the services of a certain gentleman. Ah, but you may see for yourself. Like every piece in my collection, he has been chosen with the utmost care. Now, look upon my peerless inspector, interlopers, and despair. Ships that pass in the night. Signal shown in the darkness. The lady cries out for a guardian, and the gentleman must needs oblige. I swear to you here and now, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall neither slumber nor sleep until the fiend who covets the treaty blade is brought to justice. Good sir, what brings you here? Are you come in pursuit of the duelist as well? Or perchance, in pursuit of me? As if I would spend a single gil on your insufferable incompetent... To be fair, you are not spending a single gil on me. The chance to investigate such an intriguing case is payment enough. Preemptive declarations of criminal intent are hardly in vogue. Sorry I'm late. Busy solving a murder. Briardian, Consulting Inspector, at your service, my lady. Conniving Inspector? Consulting Inspector. Rotting flesh and saltpeter. Hildebrand, Manderville, and Nashu Makaraka, I presume. Two rank amateurs playing as a profession of which they know not. Call me when you've finished with these wastrels. You see, I do not want nor need your help. Bradian is more than capable of overseeing the transfer. Now get out, all of you. Where have you been, Maria? And where is my vase? There was this strange flying thing and the vase, I dropped it in the water and I was so... The vase that once belonged to the royal house of Thorn? Do you have any idea how much that was worth? You will go back outside right now and search for the vase. You are not to return until you find it. Do I make myself clear? My lady, pray allow me to go in the girl's stead. It is not safe, for she herself spoke of a ferocious wild beast. With my unmatched investigative skills, I shall swiftly locate and recover the missing vase, thereby earning your respect. At which point I will gladly grant. You will grant. I can read. I swear I can read. At which point you will gladly grant me permission to investigate the thieving duelist. Verily, it is a plan fiendishly clever in its intricacies. Not when spoken aloud. Miss Maria, would you be so kind as to tell me exactly what happened? I picked up the vase in Uldar, like Mother said, and I was on my way home. As I was crossing the bridge, and then this flying thing came out, and I got scared, so I ran. When I stopped, and it was gone, but so was the vase. I think I dropped it in Novika's wells. I went to go and look, but there were scary-looking things down there, and I'm scared to go alone. You are no longer alone, Miss Maria. We shall go together and look for the vase. All 5 of us. All 4 of you. I'm going after Inspector Bradian. If the duelist strikes, I mean to be there. But Miss Ellie, how can you ignore the plight of a young girl? For the sake of our story. Because that's my job, you imbecile. Very well. We shall not be derelict in our duty to justice. Come, Nashu, we must away. Don't even know what the vase looks like. Maria, dear, listen, if it gets dangerous or if you feel afraid, you run to this adventurer for help, understand? It's nice she at least trusts me. Ah! I say that and immediately just bash my head on the ceiling. It's like, I'm trusted! Whack! It'd probably be best to start downstream and work his way upstream, wouldn't it? You know what? That guy's sat there. We'll come back to downstream. What are research in here? I don't see nothing. Oh, it's above, that's why. Oh, it'll be like all the way up here. No? Yes. The girl what run by earlier? Aye, I seen her. Had something in her hands, but dropped it while crossing the bridge. Didn't get a good look, but I reckon it didn't matter any road. Whatever it was, it's long gone by now. A vase? Well, anything that falls in the water is like to be swept downstream fairly quickly. Does this have anything to do with that queer winged beast I saw earlier? No? Never mind then. I mean, it kind of does. She mentioned seeing a winged beast, which is what scared her and made her drop the vase. But, you know, we'll just put that to one side. A pox upon that thieving demon bird. He shall rue the day he crossed paths with me. Ah, a vase. I know naught of what you cursed infernal ruse underfoot. Every point is a dagger. There's something amiss with the man's feet. Do I spy the treasured vase of Lady Durilda over there? Oh dear. Does this belong to you, child? Forgive me, I was so engrossed in my search that I did not notice. Your search for what, pray tell? The demon bird that absconded with my weapon. I set it down for but a moment, only to see it next in the talons of that accursed creature. I gave chase, following it to these waters, and in my haste I must have stepped upon your vase. Don't fret, Maria. I know it looks bad, but I'm sure Inspector Hildebrand will be able to think of something. Oh, but I already have, my faithful assistant. Hearken to me now. For as the rising sun doth dispel the dark, so shall my solution resolve our dilemma. But first, we must gather as many fragments of the vase as we can find. Precious potsherd. Precious potsherd. Precious, precious, precious potsherd. There we go. Wonderful. Come to present your findings, have you? Splendid. Let's have a look. Well done, my friend. This should be more than sufficient for our needs. He has performed miracles with far less, after all. You want me to put the hammer down? There is but one person in all Eorzea capable of reconstructing this vase. A man whose skill with the hammer has brought rival goldsmiths low. So breathtaking are his works, so fearsome his competitive spirit. This man is no mere goldsmith. You speak of him as you would a great warrior. Once a notorious gang of thieves perpetrated a series of robberies in Uldar, attacking establishments which sold luxury goods. One such shop was owned by the humble lapidary of whom I speak. His was the last shop the thieves struck. For the following morning they were found beaten, bound and gagged in the gold court. The brass blades never learned who was responsible. The only information they had was the testimony of the thief, who kept muttering the words, "The hammer! The hammer!" He sounds dangerous. Aye, that he does, and I do so enjoy the company of dangerous men. But where are my manners? I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh, and that is my companion, Enkidu. Well, not really. It has been many moons since last I saw her, so to ease the burden of loneliness, I tamed a rooster and painted it green. In any case, you mean to search for the goldsmith, yes? If so, it would be my pleasure to help. The pleasure's all mine, Gilligan. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do bid you welcome. If it is that hard for you to remember, you can call me Gil. Excellent suggestion, Greg. Playful monikers are an effective means of building camaraderie. Call me Hildy. Now then, from what I know of the goldsmith's propensity to procure his materials himself, I have deduced that he is most likely to be found in the vicinity of Blue Fog in northern Thanalan. It is there we shall begin our search. I think the worst part about this is like when I'm talking around, I'm actually like acting with my hands as well. It helps you get in character a bit more. The poor Doblin. Hammer lodged right in its skull. The Doblin's wounds indicate that it was felled with a hammer. A trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. Don't think he's been dead long. Maybe whoever did this is still around. Flame Sergeant Dalvag. He won her fight, did he? This goldsmith is not to be trifled with. I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. The basilisk's wound indicate that it was felled with a hammer. A trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. A single blow to the head. Impressive. Why is this music kicked in? Right, I just need to have a look at something, one sec. Do you give something strange? No, you do not. Okay. Never mind, we'll leave that be. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to be like... Because of the music that kicked in, I thought, hey, you never know, it might give a weird reward. Nah. No. His handiwork is unmistakable. This corpse is still quite warm. The Doblin, the Basilisk, this Ahriman, all were slain with a hammer. I'm putting on the wrong voice though. It was a bit too deep for how I was doing Hildebrand. That was closer to how I was doing Greg. Gilgamesh. The Doblin, the Basilisk, this Ahriman, all was slain with a hammer. As was that beast over yonder, unless I am mistaken. That chimera must be his latest prize, which means he must still be about. Mayhap he is watching over us at this very moment, attempting to ascertain our intentions. He was ever the cautious man when on the hunt. Alas, it comes to this. Though every fibre of my being cries out in rebellion, I must break my oath and do the unspeakable. Oh, what must you do that's so terrible? Oh, I thought that was Nashu. What must you do that is so terrible? I must dance! I'm a Manderville man, doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Curtis to Thanalan, Manderville man. I cannot avert mine eyes. That is a dance of House Manderville, passed from father to son. Were I to perform it within the sight of our quarry, he would not be able to resist revealing himself. Alas, I neglected to properly stretch my legs beforehand. My good man, I see no other solution. You must dance in my stead, though it be a gross, nay, unconscionable violation of my family's traditions. I must bequeath to you the Manderville. Now the question is, what voice do I do for his dad? We are as siblings now, my constant comrade, for I have shared with you the secrets of House Manderville. Now you must use that knowledge. Go to the fallen chimera and dance like only a Manderville can. Alright, so for starters, what I need to do is social, immerse, special, grab that dance, and pop that dance on there. Wonderful. Look at that hammer. Beautiful, beautiful. I like how it's a hammer per head. He looks so happy when he's doing that. Fancy yourself a Manderville man. You would do what only a Manderville can. Then lift up your legs and put up your hands. Be a Manderville man. He comes. Ho ho ho! You have naught to fear from me, not at all. The only accounts I came to settle were with the chimera. But you were not drawn here by some coincidence, were you? No, you came in search of me, Godbert. Why else would you gyrate your hips in such a gentlemanly fashion, if not that? But more importantly, how in the hells did you learn the Manderville? If I did not teach you, then who? By the grace of Thal, what sorcery is this? He yet lives? I love this questline so much. Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian Manderville! "10 years, Hildebrand. 10 years since you left home. And 5 since I learned of your trip to Dalamud. How long were you planning to allow your mother and father to suffer under the illusion that their beloved son was dead?" "Son? You are Hildy's father?" "God, but the goldsmith's a Manderville man. Smithing is only a Manderville can. Oil him up and give him a tan. Fit for a Manderville man." "Please, father, cease your undulations at once. There are more pressing matters at hand." "This antique vase must be made whole once more, for the sake of Miss Maria." "Ha! Do not worry, little one. I deal with worse cases before my morning bowel movement." "Hold your applause until the end. Bargo. Guide my hammer!" "Look how it sparkles in the twilight, how it radiates elegance. Would you all not agree that this is a work of art?" "You've completely destroyed this priceless antique's historical value." "Nonsense. I've taken a dull, unremarkable vase and transformed it into something far superior. I hope you were paying attention, Hildy. How long has it been since you last held a hammer?" "Father, that is not my path. I am an agent of inquiry, an inspector. It is my duty to help those in need. Miss Maria is one such person. There are others too. Innocent people whose weapons were callously ripped from their hands by a thieving duelist. I thought you would put away these childish dreams. No matter. You will understand in due time." "No, I will not. I am an inspector, father. I will be naught else. No, I can't be naught else. Mr. Godbert, sir? I don't think my mother is going to like what you did. She probably won't let Mr. Hildebrand help with the investigation." "We cannot say that for certain, can we? Mayhap she will take a liking to this reimagining. You spoke of a thieving duelist, did you not? It so happens that I am something of a duelist myself. Were we to cross paths with this fellow, I would welcome the opportunity to pit my skills against his. And Kido as well, I should think. I see you too possess a strong sense of justice. Full glad am I to have met you, Greg. Now let us return to Vespa Bay and see how our vase is received. Vespa Bay, you say? What a coincidence. I shall be traveling there on business once I have finished gathering materials. Oh, I think I might have seen that demon bird which took my weapon. Go on without me, I shall follow anon. Just realised the Manderville voices sound very similar. Yeah, well, I've still got a bunch of these, why not? I hope she likes it. Mother, I brought you the vase. By the gods, have you no shame? How dare you make my daughter complicit in your chicanery? I don't know where you found this gaudy trash, but it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the vase I purchased. Now see here, Lady Dorilda. Not only did you send Maria to fetch your priceless vase alone, placing her in considerable danger should bandits or wild beasts attack, which they did, but... Gaudy trash? Lord Manderville, sir, I did not realize you had arrived. Though I know it is nothing compared to the lavish accommodations an esteemed gentleman such as yourself must enjoy. Oh. Sorry. I should read which character's actually speaking first. Though I know it is nothing compared to the lavish accommodations an esteemed gentleman such as yourself must enjoy, I pray my humble abode meets with your satisfaction. Oh, it does, my lady. It does indeed. Especially that exquisite vase over yonder. Although I gather from your previous comments that you do not like my reconstruction. Your reconstruction? Oh, I don't like it. I love it. I would go so far as to call it the new centerpiece of my Thorn Dynasty collection. Ah, what a relief. I would have been most distressed if you had said otherwise. We Mandervilles do so take pride in our work, and ever strive for professional perfection. Oh, but why am I repeating what my son Hildebrand doubtless told you when he offered to investigate the duelist threats? Enough expository banter, I say. I cannot recall your son use those precise words, but I remember thinking that his help would be most welcome. You will be helping us, Inspector Hildebrand, will you not? Wait a minute. Your father is Lord Godbert Manderville, the man who took Ireland Quiveron's seat in the Syndicate? It appears there have been many developments over the past 10 years, of which I was completely unaware. In any case, we must redirect our energies toward the investigation of the thieving duelist. Our first order of business will be to review all the facts with consenting Inspector Briardien. Why are you still here? Allow me to elucidate. Lady Dorilda has asked that we assist with the investigation. Now, kindly share with us all of your information. Fine. Our plans have advanced to the stage that you couldn't even ruin them anyway. I commissioned several reproductions of the 3D blade through a merchant named Jojompa, who traffics in counterfeit antiques. These blades have been delivered to the observatorium, where they are being distributed amongst Lady Dorilda's sellswords. Once I give the order, they will transport them via alternate routes to Vesper Bay. Oh, I get it. You're hiding the real transport with a bunch of decoys, right? They're all decoys. The moment the thief strikes, all our forces will converge on his location, including those disguised as small folks along each route. The real treaty blade will remain in the original owner's vault until the thief has been apprehended. Everything has been accounted for. You are superfluous. Mayhap we could use more small folk to watch the roads in and out of the observatorium. Assuming you have the capacity to conduct yourself in an unassuming fashion. Fear not, my fellow inspector, for I am a master of disguise. Have you any information regarding the duelist himself? A description? You never thought to ask Humphrey, did you? The thief is said to be a towering brute dressed in red who wields a halberd. Ha ha ha! A man so garishly dressed should be easy to find in snowy Curthus. Then I suppose we don't need your help after all, do we? Come, or don't. I couldn't care less. Be seeing you. Pray forgive my lateness. Greg, my good man. What a pleasure it is to see you again. We just received new information regarding the weapon thief. The victim described him as a halberd-wielding brute dressed in... a ridiculous outfit. A ridiculous outfit? Oh, now I am intrigued. What reason would a warrior have for wearing impractical clothing? Ha ha! What reason indeed? It is enough to make a gentleman laugh. Allow me to summarize our current plan of action. Our destination is the observatorium, and our mission is to pose as goodly small folk in accordance with Inspector Braden's instructions. Naturally, should the situation demand improvisation, we are to disregard those instructions. Any questions? No? Then let us sally forth at once. That's a good one to go to. Fly there, go south. Oh, so easy. Why did I come to Foundation? Oh, I went to the wrong one. Camp Dragonhead, that's where I want to go. I mean, I probably would be going south from here, to be fair, but you know, it's easy to go south from this one. da. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. Ba, da, 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 da. Hail to thee, fellow servant of justice. I take it you are one of the many tasked with transporting a counterfeit treaty blade? Clearly you've mistaken me for someone else, sir. At ease, Sergeant. They're with us, small folk. Keep an eye on them, or else. But sir, don't you bloody move until I get back. I say, is this land always so inhospitable? The biting winds, the endless snows. Mayhap keeping active will help me stay warm. Oh, should I get a chance to find the thieving duelist, I will of course summon you. After administering the requisite beating, haha! Good, you're still... Wasn't someone else with you a moment ago? Ah, you speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments before your arrival, full eager to catch the thief, as are we. Come, Nashu, we too must answer the call of duty. Look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with my men near the east gates? We're unmanned over there. See that just now? No? Don't think my eyes were playing tricks on me. There's only one way to be sure. You wait here. Inspector! Over there, look! What is it, Nashu? Pray, tell me what you see. Aha! I see you, demon bird. You will not escape me this time. Why, hello there, my friends. Is aught amiss? Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment we thought we might have spotted our thief. Come, Nashu. We've been lingered here over long. We must egress, post-haste. Yes, this is a Hildebrand questline. Also, hi Cammy, how are you? There is naught out of the ordinary here, either. No luck? We have scoured every ilm of this area to no avail. I can only conclude that, having learned that his opponent was to be the legendary Inspector Hildebrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and retreated into hiding. Or perhaps he's waiting patiently outside the walls for more wagons to leave. That being said, you should decide to venture into the wilderness, or should you decide to venture into the wilderness, you had best arm yourself with more than your wits. I'm good, thanks. I'm glad to hear you're good. I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary. I'll fight for you, Inspector. I even found a weapon to use. By the 12, it's the selfsame spear I used to propel my... There's no I used. I swear my brain inputs words sometimes. It's the selfsame spear which propelled me to the Red Moon. Wherever did you find it? It was buried in the snow. Well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nashu. Though I will still endeavour to avoid fisticuffs, I will be duly armed should the worst come to worst. Now then, we begin our search for the duelist to the east of the observatorium. How did they make it out of there? Alright, which one's which? This one. Yeah, this is the amazing first Hildebrand questline. Although I suppose technically it's Act 2. Wherefore art thou, my nefarious nemesis? 'Twas not the selfsame creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know that my weapon is close by. You sense it too, don't you? Yana in sync with the Goo Goo in the back. Greg, I've been meaning to ask, why do you covet this weapon so? If you but beheld it, you would understand. In some ways it bore resemblance to a spear, but in other respects it was quite different. It was crowned with a magnificent axe blade, to which was welded a musket barrel. It was one of the first weapons I added to my collection after arriving in these lands. Ah, how I yearned to reclaim it, the strongest of spears. That weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to the strongest of spears. I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be serious. Grr. Now you call me Shirley. No matter. Give it to me. Give it to me! This spear and I have travelled together to the very heavens. I will not relinquish it again. The spear and I have bested many a man together. I will not relinquish it again. Then we are at an impasse. I love it so much. I can't believe I'm saying this, but well done, Inspector. Thanks to you, we've caught the weapon thief in the act. Miss Ellie, you are grossly misreading that dispute. Greg is a good, honest man, who I'm certain has never stolen a weapon in his life. Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I have claimed was by rights mine. Each trophy, each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat. I believe that constitutes a confession. Seize him. A confession to what? I have done naught wrong. Bah, you are all beyond reason. Ah, yes. My plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly flawless, and his capture will be the coup de grace. Or would it be coup de grace? For the coup. Well, my plan is thus far flawless. Griffin Crossing is still impassable. I know who you are, even if an imbecile doesn't, so let's not mince words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Even so, your strength alone will likely not suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can. Right, I'll be completely honest, I don't think we're going to be able to solo this one. Level 70, but I will give it a whack. I'll give it the old college try. Nashu, Miss Ellie. Ah, my good man. It is a relief to hear your footfalls. As you have doubtless deduced, I was unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I must leave the rest to you. It's a very nice setting. Which works in multiple ways because the sun setting there looks really nice as well. Yes, it was I behind these doors this whole time. You took so long to arrive, I was getting worried you might have gotten lost. How long did I wonder what your role in this play was? A silent guardian, content to watch the events unfold with minimal interaction. At the last I understand. We were fated to duel, you and I. Best me, and you may have the spear. Fail, and your weapons are forfeit. Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you leave to summon the others, after all. It will avail you no advantage. For Gilgamesh, it is embiggening time! I like that Enkidu got bigger as well. Enkidu grew to the size of a potato. I mean, a Lalafell. A Lalafell is what I meant. Undersized. Oh, it's a trial, it's not a... Is it a trial? There it is, Battle on Big Bridge. this mod is going to get flagged on YouTube. Yeah.
Favorite?
I don't remember what was supposed to...
Fighting all 8 of you is just too much for me. Not? Ha! I lied! Empathy! What? I've been hurt! This is hard. Strong as this is. I feel so tangled with spaces. Remembered something.
I really hope SR go through these as well. Like, I don't imagine it'll be too challenging. I just reckon it'll be fun to see people get turned into frogs and like running away from a lot of chickens.
I must say, I quite enjoy this tussle. I feel we've gained an understanding. I will pound you, silly!
Oh god. No more of my toad. I can fight once more. No, never mind.
I won't look out so easily.
Okay, so we can do this one. I think it's the next one we can do. Solo.
Well then. That's enough of a beating for now.
So, I think it's safe to say I got his voice completely wrong. Because I was doing his voice like this. But it's more like a, well, I'll be going now. Alright, and back to blue. Hello, yet but still armed. In any case, he seemed satisfied with the halberd. We will proceed with the delivery. And back to Vespa Bay! Ah, it is more magnificent than I imagined. To make a fine addition to my collection. And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers! I genuinely mean that in your case, by the way. All's well that ends well, right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief. There you are, Inspector Brydian. Why did you not wait for me at the docks? Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where's my treaty blade? But didn't we just give you the treaty blade? They were wearing a fake face. Disguise yourself as a client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person. Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What's it like in your funny little brains? It must be so boring. If the man in red did not send the challenge, then who did? I believe this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Brydian. I'm not reading that one. 400 years have I slept, 1,000 faces do I wear, what is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. A many-faced phantom thief. Interesting. The design and wording are the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent this. Very well. I and I alone. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Once more accept your challenge. You want the challenge, huh? Stand and face me, you buffoon! Oh, I love these quests so much. How dare you laugh at a time like this, after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen? And you, Maria. Well, I suppose it is a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to and fro, a pair of gentlemen mummers. You know, it's been far too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later, just you and me. Not bad, Hildy. Not bad at all. You are indeed a Manderville man. Mark my face, O phantom of many faces, for it is the face of the face of the. I think he was going to say the face of the man who will catch you and bring you to justice. But he was a bit out of breath, huffing and puffing as he were. This moves too fast for me to read it. I can't like process and like say it like fast enough. Hey, what's with the goggles those men are wearing? They look special. Maybe if I ask nicely, they'll give me a pair. I guess we'll find out next time. Ah, you there. I've been doing some investigating of my own since we last parted. I do believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl? The girl? The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one of Master Kukuremu's. Yeah, daughter of one Master Kukuremu, a prominent member of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Her eyes and her hair most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But that is all about to change. Rumor has it the girl is about to be wed, and not to just anyone, mind you, to the heir of the Bruguiere Consortium. The formal announcement is to be made at a commemorative feast, to be jointly hosted by one of them. By two family businesses. I swear I can read. The venue is Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be surely making a rare public appearance. I really wish my brain didn't input extra words. It is here that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along. Onwards to Costa del Sol. When I go to the right area. There you are. I love the music in Costa del Sol. Also, to make things even better, if you do decide to like swim out there, in fact we can catch up with it now, it's literally right here. That is a gigantic shark. Look at that boy! Completely harmless, what touch you? But there is a wonderful shark swimming around. He enjoys the waters of Costa del Sol, he does. Yeah, if you were trying to make something like this in Valheim, it would actually fall apart. Just like, you want to build this? Nah. You're not building this. It's all going to be red and it's going to collapse before you've even put the ceiling on it. You're not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. If you have no business here, be on your way at once. Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter of the Mithril Eye. If I might have just a moment of... Ah, yes, that two-gill sensationalist rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief, and his letter of challenge. If you have come to tell me my daughter is in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy. Well, they don't look suspicious at all, do they? The Brass Blades of Gerbera, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on our would-be thief will be his last. Little shark back there as well. If the thief is obliged enough to... Oh. That was not his voice. That was a different character entirely. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Consulting Inspector Brydian, your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, do you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege on my word would have dire implications for the family trade. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and will cost you not a whit of your precious gil. Very well. and see if your reputation is deserved, but consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinder upon... there. Start again. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our nose the last time, what makes you so confident we can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi, and it is painfully obvious a letter of challenge, a precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabelle at the feast. I have already narrowed the field. Arabella's betrothed, Vance, would be an obvious target for our thief. So too would be his father, Morgan. The Alto Nolto and his wife, Sienna, the guests of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage, where the bride-to-be is said to appear. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Guguremu himself. Finally, we have Leonhard, the steward of Guguremu's estate, and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players save the Lapis Maiden herself have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning a course of attack. We will begin our questioning with the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you will report back to me at once. Hildebrand Manderville. I could smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from miles away. The pleasure's all mine. Contriving Inspector Bradian. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. I'm messing the voices up. I'm messing the voices up. Yet to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own. Fear not, friends. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor, as only a Manderville man can. He does realize there's a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past. But a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, it would. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. She's just constantly staring at that fish. Me? Assist you? Aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that not even your bungling can interfere with this time. If you wish to assist me, you can do so by keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, do try not to do anything too stupid in my absence, will you? I would speak with you, but not here. I'll be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. You've come. Excellent. With that buffoon suddenly distracted, we can get to the more important matters. Before we proceed, what might I call you? Sam Teddy Traggis. Just Sam Teddy or Sam's fine. You know, just whatever you feel comfortable with. An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now answer me this. You were there when the phantom thief, in the guise of Lady Dorilda, stole off with the treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? Identical appearance. The obvious answer, and yet all too many. A certain stealth-styled gentleman comes to mind. Could not recognize the clue if it hit them upside the face. Your observation is astute. A thorough investigation of the mask left behind the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is this stone that allows him to change appearances at will. Clearly our man is no ordinary thief. Magics far outside the grasp of the common folk are at his disposal. This, in itself, gives us insight into his identity and his ways. And yet, this is not what caught my eye. No, from movement to mannerisms, to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Dorilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely. Before assuming their identities, he emulates them utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect that aught is amiss. All the key players arrived in Costa del Sol 3 days ago, when preparation for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet, some disguises are more... Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of the phantom. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? Well, the brass blades, probably. Precisely. Clearly you are far less useless than the bumbling inspector whose company you keep. Strong in number, few in words. Able to come and go as they please. A fearsome reputation to scare away any who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question the brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favourite alehouse for 3 days past. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, Each of the brass blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more guests. If the man can tell us which of his... oh yeah. I'll just start that sentence again. I got a bit confuzzled there. If the man can tell us of his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of the thief. Our thief would not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. I shall check this way. Oh, it's all tied up. It's in the nip, and it's raining, just to make matters worse. Excellent. You're one of the less incompetent assistants I've ever worked with. Thank the gods, please. Free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive. There. Now tell me. Now tell me all that you can remember about what's happened to you. And try to be brief. We just arrived in Costa del Sol, where the briefnessaurus. Master Guguremu gave us each our orders. We would be looking after and the like. Had a mind to tour the area, but give me bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to me skivvies. Much to the chagrin of those who would have to look at you. You say you received orders from Master Guguremu. Who was to be your charge? My memory's hazy, but... one was Morgant, father of the groom. The other was a Lalafellan gent from Limsa. Yaltonolto. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes. There is also the steward, Luinat. I was to review him with the schedule of events, discuss the protection of the key supplies, that sort of thing. Morgant, Yotanolto, and Luinat. Thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Go in ahead of me, and for the love of God, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Oh, they're gonna cause so much trouble. So much indeed. Just getting out of the rain. Ah, there you are, friend. Not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your and Inspector Bryden's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? Sora, Morgant, Miltonolto, and the steward Luinhart, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. The Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildebrand, shall see our thief in shackles before the Inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The Inspector shall be none the wiser. Ha ha! company. If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal the rogue reveal you for the rogue you are. I stumble over words far too much. Far too frequently. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past, to reveal our foe. I can think of a few topics that would interest my readers far less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital. This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold as I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his inevitable demise. Good evening, Master Guguremu. 'Tis a fine evening it must be, for you most of all. Allow me to offer my heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter, you... Just who in the seven hells are you, anyway? Guards! Guards! Now, hold your chocobos, Guguremu. I recognize this lad. This is Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have ye? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude, eh, Vance? The phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed. To have such rumours told about her, perhaps she's worthy of me after all. Which exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effete. Fashion-challenged youth. Most suspicious. It's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you. Ha 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 ha. That's me, Vans. Ever calm in the face of danger. Truly, his father's son. A worthy heir to the Brugrave consortium, and a worthy match for my Doughty, I must say. Doughty? Doughty? The worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, I should say. Oh! Which reminds me, Master Vans, Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden clasp you sent months ago. It has not left her neck since that day. Oh, that little trinket? 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasure in the realm will be hers once we are wed. Aha! I think he means himself. He seems a bit big-headed. The time-honored Manderville art of parley? I'll be sleeping with the fishes now, had Morgan not spoken up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between these three struck me as particularly unnatural. Ha ha ha! Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Whoops. I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yeltonolto and Lewenhard. You have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend. Yeah, I don't think Nashu is that good at shorthand. I mean, I'm not good at shorthand. I'm a slow writer in general. I've not seen your faces round here. With the East Eldenar Trading Company, are you? Why, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might say we are the East Eldenar Trading Company. Ha ha ha. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Do tell, is the Lapis Maiden as lovely as I say? Say Nana, here's no slouch herself. But like me, she's getting on in years. No offense intended, my dear. Oh, but where are me manners? Yeltanolto, of the Brugere Consortium. And this is my wife, Say Nana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. Aye, I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses could be happening at a better time. What with all the manner of fell beasts and beastmen aiming to take our wares. Why, just the other day, a shipment of important foodstuff was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty blighters, a lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and made a fruit salad out of. You have heard of Mandragoras, haven't you? But of course, I once spent a year honing body and mind with a fist of Ralga. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as Mandragoras, yes? Would it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time? A fearsome lot they are. Rumour has it, they'll not rest until every fruit and vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck at the larder here just days ago. Our food supplies were decimated. Fear not, my lady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. Arrived safely some time ago. Settle down, Nana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for her figure and that. And with that, I'd best go prepare my speech. Carry on, lads. Criminy! None of those three were suspicious in the least. We must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. You speak so fast, Inspector. Sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope, he of many faces will laugh last. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Briardien will be back any moment now. He's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. I've messed his voice up again. I think. Let's investigate the foodstuff of which Master Leuenhardt spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man a prime suspect. Inspector Briardien will be back before long. Come, Nashu. This is no time to delay. crates of assorted foodstuffs, a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. It appears our man Lewinhard spoke true. Ye gads! Are those explosives I spy concealed amongst those coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief after all. Oh, there's a mine, Inspector. I was just looking for a place to set them down, and you see, those coconuts were looking awful lonely. Nashu, sorry. Nashu, far be it from me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either? Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear somewhat misdirected. Now, set that driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking notes, like the astute assistant you are. I say we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Bradian is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Now let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us into a fiery demise. Confounding Inspector Bradian, explode, a fiery demise. Got it. Hey, are you sure about that? Don't now, but someone has returned at the absolutely worst possible time. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But, Miss Ellie, should Inspector Bradian come upon explosives, consequences will be even more dire. Sam, Teddy and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth of this beach. You two just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Bradian has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must heed its cry. Can we not just, like, roll them away? Put the fuses in the wall or something. I don't know. Right, actually, before I pick up this one, I just need to quickly dash to the toilet, so I shall be back shortly. Sorella just got back. Hi, Ruth. How are you doing? So, Hildebrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me somewhat almost resembling impressed. Haha, indeed. But enough about Hildebrand. Samtet and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... An excellent idea. Ah, yes, that spot over there by the crates should suffice. There? Of all places? But surely you could find somewhere more scenic. I am not here on vacation, I am here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junklet at beach should afford us welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector. Privacy, indeed. I'm good, thanks, Ruth. How are you? The hells. Don't worry, Sam. Today I'll figure this out. I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of those bombs. Ah, feathers, feathers. It is very cold. I just closed my window. I've had it open past few days. It's finally become too much. Is it just me, or is there a chill in the air? But perhaps we should go someplace warm. I, for one, welcome the respite of the sweltering from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified 3 individuals most likely to be their thief in disguise. To wit, Morgant, Yaltanoto, and Lewenhard. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over... Are you 2 listening? Of course we are, but pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you were right. I, too, feel a chill wind blowing in. Perhaps we should move our conversation elsewhere. Ah, but there is no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire. Ha ha ha. Methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. And as fortune would have it, I just so happen to have flintstone in my person. On my person, not in. Eesh. Rod's backing away. There is no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the Inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that could lead to such calm and composed individual like to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. Must record these words for posterity. Whee! It's flying! What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan? Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, see? Doubtless it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. You've a pope. He is of many faces. He of many faces will have the last laugh. Will laugh last. It is not the lapis maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenge. There is no doubt as to the sender. But what of his talk of another victim? His final page will hold the answer, no doubt. Final page. Confounding Inspector Bradian will meet a fiery demise. What? All of that, just a little sneeze and it just goes like ultimate destruction mode. You saw through the fiend's ruse, but how? Let's call it reporter's intuition. You heard? A ring in my ears, but otherwise no worse for wear. You have my gratitude. Hildebrand Manderville? Were you able to learn aught of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Elusive. Ah. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foes revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm. Vigilance! Yes, vigilance is the order of the day. What in the name of the gods? Doll's teeth! Those vegetables cost a fortune and they're ruined! Ruined! Agent of inquiry? More like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in a jail. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? Fear not. The fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Guguremu bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods. This is no thief, this is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that it will prove a difficult task. This crates contained imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supply these days, what with the mandragoras at large. Even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras? I've heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name. It was very closely resembled the Eorzean dragon pepper, save for its colour, which was a deep purple. Methinks you worry too much, Master Lowenhart. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers back. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather bloodthirsty band of killers, given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of Gerbera proved unable to resist them. Oh, a formidable foe indeed. Were we only there were a brave soul in our midst with want for taking on fearsome enemies and not a shred of concern for his own well-being. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, I, yes, I, shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. I'm just like, wait, do they? You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Sundhimmel of the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Guguremu is like to cook me instead. Oh, like to cook me instead. Hey. Please, friend, you're my only hope. A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. Oh, no. Yeah, the cat. Right. So as I was searching on the lower docks, they are literally right behind me. If you've come for the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late. As were we, blast it all. Here the poor merchant telleth, no sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check a shipment of vegetables, and did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled his vessel in sheer terror he did. By the time he came to his senses, they had set sail without him. The merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup some of his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. Ah, is the thrill of the chase not invigorating, friend? The ferry docks by the fisherman's bottom will carry us to Aleport. Let us be swiftly on our way. To Aleport. Hey, don't sneak up on me like that. Thought you were a feral turnip or murderous eggplant or something like that. Think I jest, do you? His voice is too deep at the moment. It needs to be like, think I jest, do you? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. Aye, by the time I'd regained my wits, I'd already set sail with me ship, and me livelihood. I'm ruined. I'd never see another bleeding onion till the end of me days. It'll be too soon. So, not another onion. To hear most say it, the Mandragoras are a nasty lot. Right pain in the butt to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell you, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution. Madness, ye say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with a dim expression. I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Maybe undead overlord that fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which makes you... Aye, could it be? An adventurer, what bested the thieving duelist in single combat? Yes, it is me. It is I did it. Well, bugger me and call me an inspector. Tell me, is it true the duelist travelled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a tomato your grace. That's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. I mean, literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their kind on the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favour if you could go there in a prudent before the harvest comes. Many cases have I solved in this day, but I have not matched wits with a sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra! There's no point in me paying to fly to the Isles of Umbra. Pay for a boat to the Isles of Umbra. Because I can fly there. Ba-ba-ba-bam. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. You feel a hostile gaze upon you. Nova Chrono. I don't know why I've read out their last name. I honestly have no idea. Circle, X, upside down triangle. Double circle, X, triangle, square. They are speaking the language of the angels. Speaking the tongue known only to veggie kind. Look at that. That is a big mandragora. Ah, that's nice. Friend, my pursuit of the mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here, somewhere. Ah, yes, that was the issue. Right, can they be phased? Nope, full resist, okay. Backup plan! Have it a meteor! Sorry. I guess we'll just leave Hildy though. Back to Costa del Sol. You return. I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. The stolen food stuff. You saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see about those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Guguremu is quite particular about his seasonings. Ooh, can I come too? Never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion. But it is time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us. God, the peppers have changed colour. What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foes? A gentleman must needs investigate. A striking shade of blue. quite far from the purple that Master Lewenhard described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate. But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant purplish blue, or bluish purple? The two colours are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Ha! The charade is up! After that man! It is as I suspected all along. The goggles have proved key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu. The fiend must be brought to justice. To justice! Probably not. You can run, but you cannot. Ha ha ha! If you thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. Done in by a snipper, a fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies beneath the mask. Where am I? Who are you? Ha! Playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls or broken bones. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet Miss Arabella when... But Miss Arabella, we must find her at once. My head. It seems this man wears no mask. This is a true Lewenhard. Swear on my life that it is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings. The next instant he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Now that you mention it, the impostor was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet, he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. More importantly, we now know the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all those present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Leuenhardt back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabelle's safety. The gasp. I have found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethe with anger at those who took from you what was yours. It would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. That onion one looks so sad. That one looks like proper evil. The game is afoot, inspectors. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? They really need to just like put that in their inventory or something. You don't just leave faces on the beach. No rational person would go around and just go, you know what, I'm going to leave this face on the beach. Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Lewin, always a worrier. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see the flowers. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please, call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are the rumors of the many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabelle, but still your gentle heart. For as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Manderville name. The gods smile on me indeed, to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion, and yet... You seem pensive, my lady. What's the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vance. Why, I have not even met him. He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift. A treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. Don't care how beautiful it is. Might as well be a golden shackle. But, Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to a youth you have not even met? Unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen. It's for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true old aunt. But if I may be so bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, as a servant rather than a son. You may think father a cold, miserly man, but to me, he is a man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vance, even if that will make father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You're a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm sure to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I as well must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. We've not a moment to lose, friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Manderville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. It is an art that I would impart to you as well, friend. Though there will be time enough for that, once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. Arabella, sorry. No doubt it shall prove invaluable in your adventures, as it has in my investigations. So I think the the cold's trying to put me to sleep. Or failing that, to serve as to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss L, with me. I mean, in a sense it does, yeah. So, don't use their bow, okay. Let's get rid of that green dot. Inspector Brydian, I have seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I have canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere. Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. Suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty is truly a match for our own. Teehee. There's no time. Without the thief in custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage. But Inspector, Vance and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the inspector here will think of something. Me? What do you propose? You're the expert on creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like? You know, like you always do. Inspector Peredian, I knew the day would come that you would recognize my many talents. Worry not about Master Vance. Yes, for the sake of the maiden, a gentleman will do what must needs be done. The poor sop lacks even the wits to know when he's being insulted. Now to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying about. Perfect. Sanctity, find some suitably ordinary garb. Deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation. Has a lapis maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Servant's garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you will. Greetings, friend. Oh, what's this you have for me? Servant's garb? But why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony? Father will be furious, and Lord Vance. We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. We cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. Lewin, if father heard you say such things, I should have said them long ago. By not doing so, I've put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one but two skilled investigators on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to their justice. I need to take a drink. I can feel my throat trying to dry out. Very well, I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray, wait for me here. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see his task, but I imagine he will require all the help he can get. Now, let's return before the festivities begin. Ah, you return. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Vance at the ceremony. If there is aught I might do for you. Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress. I must admit some confusion as to what to do with it, but worry not. I shall take it into safekeeping. With that, I must attend to Master Vance before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Bryden and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Curses! How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Friends, family, business associates, 'tis an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Bruguer Consortium and the East Aldenar Trading Company. We trust that you've been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation. Lapis Maiden. If even half the tales of our beauty are true, Vance is the luckiest in the realm. I ain't saying that word. Yaltonolto? Oh wait, so he had a farmer's accent, didn't he? Yaltonolto, Sinana, honoured guests. It's a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son, Vance, future chair of the Bruguer Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Guguremu's of the East Elnar Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows here today that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing of for ages to come. I know what's coming. I know what's coming. It's wonderful. Damn you, Hildebrand Manderville. You had one job. She's beautiful. For the rabble expecting otherwise, she is my bride after all. Milady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray give your hand unto me. My sun and stars, yes, 1,000 times yes. I am yours, and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Not quite what I intended, but I suppose it serves our purpose. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take an aim at her life. The fiend who lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, Vance, or should I call you by another name, the thief of many faces. Me? The thief? Are you mad? It appears my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well, allow me to elucidate. Well, there is not a soul in the realm who has heard of the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty. Who has not, heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty. Whoops. There are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Guguremu, and her steward, Lewenhard. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, Master Vance, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride-to-be today. Considered in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of 1,000 faces. And everyone else with half their wits about them. How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once. Lock him up in the jail and throw away the key. Arabella? Oh, thank the gods you're safe. Come with me, quickly. There's a dangerous madman about. He's wearing gloves. Glove on his right hand. Could it be? Quick, aim with sleep darts. Ha 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 ha! The man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine. That's the thief! Stop wasting your time with this imbecile and arrest him. You came all this way for me? You love me. You really, really love me. Oh, I love these questlines so much. so much. The attention is most flattering, but I've already taken what I came for, and now I must away. Milords, ladies, till we meet again. До свидания. I hear that the real Vance was found bound and gagged in the storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I'm sorry. For what, milady? The banquet was more exciting than I could have ever hoped for. Vance and his father were furious, of course, when our marriage has been called off. but perhaps it's for the best. I would find my own way to make my father happy by living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildebrand, who taught me this lesson. For the love of God, someone find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge said that he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, yet in the end, he only took her neckpiece. Now that you mention it, Master Guguremu told me that the class about the class when it first arrived. Engraved on with the mark of the Sun Goddess is one of the most treasured pieces in the Bruguer collection, known by many as Azema's virtue. The maiden's virtue indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. Poor Ronin. Over here, Inspector, it says, made you look. The fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. When next we meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. If nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of assassination. My assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once. He may very well do so again. Verily, Inspector. I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Like, literally everyone looks away. Hear me, man of 1,000 faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words. When next we meet, you will be mine. Yes. It was the Phantom Thief who was definitely to blame for that bomb. Verily, indubitably, the Phantom Thief. Most certainly. Ha 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 ha. Ha? I can now do the parley minigame. Nice. I am just going to quickly check up on something. Given the fact that Stan does not stream into there, I'm going to go until we finish this question. The key to the next quest is also the key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait, it's a real key and a figurative one? At the same time? Is that even possible? I guess we'll find out next time. Also, Enkidu! Oh, I guess this is the first time this character's got anything to do with that. I was wondering when you would show up. I've got the latest scoop on the victor's spoils that our many-faced friend has set his sights on. Have you visited the Colosseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than Amagina & Sons Mineral Concern. They say that Master Fiergeist, I think that's right. Oh, that's right, Fiergeist, yeah. Will be furnishing the prize himself from his personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, yes? It's one of the largest mining interests in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Fiergeist, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that rumour has it he could buy half the realm if he chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills, he settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others. Hence, his sponsorship of the tournaments like the Mithril Cup. My colleague, Ganelon, is in Uldar covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started. Onwards to Uldar! Right. Over this way. Oh yeah, it's this one where we meet Ultros, isn't it? And gain access to the Dragon's Neck, which I won't be able to sell. And later, Battle of the Big Keep. Yes, I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganelon. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? Promise to make it worth your while. Ellie? Isn't the Mithril Eyes star reporter? Come to laugh at Ganelon's expense before returning your pen to your latest front page feature, eh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Now, let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot in the Colosseum. Bugger all, it's a travesty, I tell you. Hodge, Hugh, and Hamo, whatever's the matter? Pray tell, where is Hutchin? The four of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We're just now on our way to convey the dire news to the Dora Meadow. Mishap my butt. This was sabotage. Some bleeding coward. out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear on my subligar. Oh yeah, voice Hodge. It just stings without you shouting. Hutchin, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I'd been quick to with my mantra, we would still be 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself so, Hamo. In victory and in defeat, the Mantravilles fight as one. You bear no more responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say that I'll not be getting back into fighting. Fettled by butting around in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? Hutchin, for you, I'm always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out like over the Sagoli. The Mantravilles? Aye, as Hutchin tells it. They took their name from a training partner they met in the Fist of Ralgar. A man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique. Consider me not the least bit interested. There's talk of attacks on the competitors, however. Of this I would hear more. Ah yes, I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yes. With mere days before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in form of a mass melee between what few battlers remain. The Phantom Thieves Challenge. Gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. But speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concerned sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organization. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Day-to-day duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. He should be in his office within the Colosseum halls. I'll send word to the gateman. You by you. Here is a mithril eye, a favour or two. Splendid! Come, we've got a case to crack. Volto molto. From the Mithril Eye, you say? Then by all means you are free to enter. I'm Elle. Sorry, Ellie, not Elle. I missed the I, and I don't know how because I've been reading the name right all this time. I'm Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Ah ha ha! Who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself, ask away, me girl. That said, between the challenge for the so-called Phantom Thief, and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney is accidentally skipped 1 second. Oh, literally just missed it. I was hoping to try and pause the replay on my phone, but I literally just missed it. That's sad. You're free to investigate as you wish. You'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost stuck another's head for insulting the color of his sublet. Looks like we got ourselves another. These two aren't in the entry logs. And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for the next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner! Inspector Brilliant. Efficient as ever, I see. A true gentleman. Eschews violence. Inspector. You were thinking. It annoyed me. Dower Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney and try to be brief. I was wondering when you might ask. Master Figueis has spared no expense in the making of the Mithril Cup for this lucrative tourney. This Colosseum's most lucrative tourney this Colosseum's ever seen. There we go. The victor will receive true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace. A ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll find this side of Karn. The second and third place prizes are nothing to sneeze at neither. But I don't care how many faces he's got. We've nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault, day and night. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasures safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it, I haven't all day. I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof have you got that you ain't the Mister of Many Faces in another one of his elaborate get-ups? No. If you want to get your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim them as any would in battle. Matter of fact, but with the ranks thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting new compares. The more the merrier, the more lucrative than that. Gar har har. Yar be hearty. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy... I'm gonna say git instead of so, over here, you slimy git. Got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment, will you? I've only got 8 arms, or with their legs. You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avilia the grand tour. Inspector Hildebrand, look! He's purple. Astute as ever, Nashu. The colour, this abundance of appendages. I smell a case. I managed to somehow get a hair in my mouth then. Ah, that's just me receptionist, Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little blighter, but he's friendly enough. Word has it, he was one of the many bizarre creatures born from the recent experiment with the ancient incantations at the Thaumaturges Guild. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others, when he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. Just want to live in peace. I'll do anything, anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Colosseum. And I'm ever so glad they did. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Oh god. I know not who you are, or where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There is only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me. Oh, I just love when she talks tough. Now, who's the chump who wanted to get pummeling by my lovely levy? It's like, huh? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall do what must be done to... Samtedy will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Samtedy, you do look like a Tragus. Well, I'm gonna have to read this one. Well, bugger me with a spear. To think I'd see the day when warrior light stood in my Colosseum. Hear that clink clink clinking? That's the sound of gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out about the true Eorzean hero. We'll be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along too. Show him where to sign, oldie. With Samtedy, I suppose we have a good enough chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that he doesn't come down with some curious injury. That gladiatrix. Avila, was it? Avila? Seemed quite certain of her chances of victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Aha! I am already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu. The investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Samtedy here safe. Let us return to Ganelon and see what else he can tell us about these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity. I love that he's got like a little unicorn on as well. In front of the Colosseum, so that's back over this way. Yeah, I'll take note of the time when I actually finish this, and I'll update Shiro when I can. You again? I've already told you that. What? Enter the tourney, you say? You out of your bleeding mind? Look, got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you. But in the end, you have to protect yourself, you hear? So I've been asking around, and it seems more than a few of the fighters who pulled from the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrioress by the name of Avila. Now I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me this girl is bad news. But don't take it from me. You can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Rat. Had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round. Earned himself a right bruising from Null. Last I heard, he was resting back at the Pugilists Guild. When you pay him a visit. Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat's expense, have you? Well, you're not the first. They say, is there not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate are you? Well, today that your guest is Hildebrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me as to exactly how you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my butt, have you no wit or delicacy? Never ye mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout it to the top of my lungs if no one else will. That girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade? Some kind of foul sorcery if you ask me. Mark me words. That girl's up to no good. If she weren't so damned easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. The girl's Alamegan. Or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work. Let's get on our way. I didn't mean no offence, miss. Just telling it like it was, as it were. Perhaps it's truly some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps she works with an accomplice. She didn't strike me as a magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter. Ah, Miss Ellie. The thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress of you yet. Don't mention wrinkles. If there's one thing that I've learned over my 28 years, do not mention wrinkles with others. Ever. Ever. I haven't made that mistake. It's entirely from media, but you do not do that. I'll give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive ball. If what the man says is true, it's likely her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling around wildly, sending gusts of wind flying every which way. Avilia and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Incredibly, your powers of deduction never fail to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Mr. Ultros should still be at the Colosseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back off to whencesoever he came. Wheresoever he came, not whensoever. Yeah, go think about what you did. Slacking up Alamegans. Poor fellows have lost their own land, and you seek to upset them further. It's just rude. Rude is what it is. Shh, friend, look over yonder. It makes me so sad that I've got to narrate this. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, those unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Ulti is the most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks. Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. Oh, what's this? The girl has fled in a panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag. Or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. By the way, I can fully recommend looking up Ultros Boogie. It's a decent song. Oh no, Ultros, don't do it. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste wonderful and just about, in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. Ah, he speaks. Oh, I guess she didn't do what I was expecting. And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? He's being creepy as butts is what he's doing. Call me crazy, but I think he likes them. I catch you later, Ruth. Poor misunderstood Ulti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was a gentle soul luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes, yes. Now perhaps we should return to our investigation. If Avila is as suspicious as you say, perhaps we should follow her around for a bit. Now a meadow back at the Colosseum would be able to enlighten us to her whereabouts. Excellent idea, Miss Ellie. But I have a better one. Let us return to the Colosseum and speak with Dower Meadow. From him, we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her and see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Neshu, the investigation calls. Don't think Uncle Ulti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, eh? Nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I? Come on now. I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, the admiration of millions. Can't Uncle Ulti dream? Well, kids, eating can run. Then again, I am an octopus. Yes, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. A busy man that apparently forgot his accent. He sounded like a pirate, I think. Looking for a veal, you say? Said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. Reckon you might, still find her there? I'll warn you though, if you're smart you'll keep your distance from that one. Or Blighter Ganelon tried to interview her for an article, but the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't take kindly to being asked questions of personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, it might be just a ticket. Gar har. Gar har 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 har. I can assure you that there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Right, actually, before I forget about it, I am just going to quickly grab that. I forgot to head on to Animal Crossing. There's like Halloween recipes and stuff, which I should probably go about collecting. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Just keep watch from here, so as not to set off the girl's famed temper. How many times must I tell you there's no cause for concern? The spoils shall be mine, it may as well be written in stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered for long, but my victory will mark a new era. Just as Rauban Aldin won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000-fold, no, 10,000-fold. A land where wealth is power, will be kicked to the gutter by Uldans no more. And with that, I must be off to Nanawa Mines to meet my sister. Miss Ophelia's self-assurance is a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now. I have a suspect to pursue. Wee! Tried to steal Ophelia from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu? Heavens, no, Inspector. This is far too elaborate for one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? They're onto me. Preposterous. Maybe that musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks. I see. In any event. Oh, well, wrong character. I see. In any event, I shudder to think what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon this such a hazardous object. Allow me to... Heave-ho! You gotta be kidding me! Right. This is where auto run comes in handy. Right, I'm gonna need to quickly dash and open my gate, I think. That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avelia spoke. Let us listen a little closer. I thought we agreed. No hard labour until your leg is healed. I swear sometimes you think you're born solely to give your sister headaches. Says a girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand why your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Hegelina. I have taken all necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value its worth at some 30 million gil. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from Ishdames, sun-silk dresses, all the luxuries you've ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the all-down upper crust, those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know. Wealth's all well and good, but when I see you stand in the Colosseum, hundreds of thousands cheering your name, I'm proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I could ask for. That's your problem, Hegelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than you're worth. But worry not. If your sister is watching over you, I will do this, for us. Now I must return. God forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. That's my Avi, faced by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister. Be safe. Oh, I accidentally clicked local. A more moving display of sisterly love I've not seen. I'm reading the wrong blooming character again. More loving display of sisterly love I've not seen. And yet, I fear it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues. It would seem Avelia's obsession with victory runs deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Inspector, did you hear what I just heard? Look, kids, Uncle Ulti has headed up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? It's one step closer. Closer. Not you, you idiot. No need for concern, friends. I have simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground. I am pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now, shall we return to Uldar? The Mithril Cup should be starting before long. The last thing we want is for the, after all this, is to lose our bout with by forfeit. Could it be? Musclehead dives straight into my trap to save his companions. The others seem completely unsurprised with this turn of events. Delphus has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if ever I saw one. But if you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you, got another thing coming. Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute, I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around... Give me a break! Start the auto running, I can sort out anything in my shop. Okay, don't need to with that. Right, just need to quickly message my sister. So that's what you call tapping out whilst auto running. Yes, Inspector? Something the matter? On something of a tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed Inspector senses a tingling. I fear a most fearsome adversary lurking about. This time you're really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Wahahaha. Say hello to my not so little friend of mine from the Colosseum. He's large, he's in charge, most of all, he's hungry. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all night. Yeah, yeet. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool? Father! Could it be the aura of the unmitigated murderous rage I felt was not our quarry but you? Hildy! I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. What brings you and your friends to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father. Father dear. And with that, we must return to Uldar. If you have not heard, your son is to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father. Remind me never to go to one of their family reunions. Gah! Just who is this inspector anyway? Hildy is a worthy rival, if ever there were. Who goes there? Hildy, Sam today. I have been waiting for this day. Well, look at what we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. A friend of the inspector, mayhap? I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist, and I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this just might be our lucky day. Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... Call me what you will, friend, but heed these words. Sam today is a formidable foe. That sounded like a high praise coming from a big fella like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as his sidekick, an inspector must be something else indeed. Just need to message someone quick, 1 second. There we go. I do not know what brings you to do battle with these two, but I warn you, you will end up a seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off for reasons I do not entirely understand. I'm considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Sam today, I will not fall so easily this time. Not this time. Well, it looks like I've got my legs full. All 8 of them. If that adventure is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. A subtly twisting ring calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Nobody but us octopodes. Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. Muscleheads! I hate them! In front of the Colosseum. Which means we just teleport here because it's closest. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I should probably let my sister know where they lived. I just heard furious typing then, I apologise. I was just getting that typed out as quickly as I could. Good heavens, chancing upon father like that. I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It seems the festivities are nigh on about to commence. I'd hoped to uncover more of Avilia's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Them's is gonna get phased and knifed. Good heavens, we haven't much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and apprise ourselves of the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I must not, I will not, lower myself to their level. So, chuckle me your spam. It is the only way. Truly, truly, it is the only way. Were I to employ another tactic, I would not be a blue mage. Ba, 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 ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. One shabby looking octopus, I tell you. They don't pay me enough for this. But that's all going to change soon, isn't it, buddy? Unga! Ah, Mr. Ultros. Just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us as to your... Ye gads! Who gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises? I fell down the stairs. It's all... now get lost, I'm a busy octopus. Gah! Youch. You have my sympathies, good sir. Is it challenging enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8? Is there someone inside your office? No, what have gave you that idea? I'm simply, fumigating the place for pests. Pests like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle to go fight? Gah! Inspector, I think something's alive in there. That's just me, talking to myself, yes, fun. Gah, gods, yes, gods. Working as a receptionist is fun. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work. I say, Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Sam today, if you would come with me for a moment, I feel the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? I see. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly avoided a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return a strange octopus appeared to be considerably worse for wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It's not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done some research on our eight-legged friend. It would appear Ultros has become something of a regular at Uldan's taverns and houses of pleasure. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There is also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumoured to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. Sorry, I had a bit of a something in my throat. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear your life is still in danger, Santini. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It's a stab in the dark, but contents may yet provide some answers. Would you? I would ask you to bring them to me. Oh, it's the other way. Oh, I don't think we're tuned to this one yet. Right, so we can just teleport to Sapphire Avenue and get those there. Yeah, there we go. That'll just inform us of all these. Sapphire Avenue. Medium Manderville. What we do is we'll walk up to them and do that. They're Manderville. They must in turn know the dance of the Mandervilles. Then we go back to, which was this one called? Gladiators. Yeah, makes sense. Gladiatorum. Well, let me see what you have found. Now, what have we here? Ah, yes. Spectacular assortment of innards and entrails, and what's this? A sack, even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying in. That can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Singots Sundries. It would seem this merchant has had dealings with that squishy mass of tentacles. Let's pay a visit to the man. Have him enlighten us to the exact nature of their partnership. I misread the quest text then, and I thought it was just very mean for a second. I thought you mentioned something about a stinky singer. I'm like, that's a bit rude. But it's a stinking sack to singer. Welcome, welcome! What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? What was in this? I'm sorry, sir, but if I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares. And I expect my customers to do the same. Wait, now, did Ultros send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of truffles. Can you believe it? What with the most impressive price and that distinctive aroma. They're only for the most discerning of customers, which Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles somehow be connected to? No, I shall stop myself before sounding like... Inspector Briardian. It wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your own investigation without me, and to steal some today away here. This gentleman is not impressed. Did you find anything, Inspector? Good God, what is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. With a quiet taste, to be sure, but one that has won the hearts of many an old-down gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might I be so bold as to ask the recipe? It appears a productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let's make haste back to the Colosseum. Right. Well, that merchant proved to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. I must return to the Colosseum before the battles begin. Here is a plan. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avelia in combat until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities. You are to keep a wide berth of her blade. Understood? Go this way, just teleport to the Gladiators Guild. Probably quicker that way. There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. Garhahar. Ah, but I'd be remiss were I not to tell you. There's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury. None other than our very own Ultros has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favourite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are sure to be pouring in, and bookmakers across town are raking in the gill. Which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that Master Fairgeist himself has taken with my promotional skills. Aye, the future's looking bright for old Owl Meadow, it is. So, what say ye? You ready to get your butts kicked? Garr. No, I'm not ready to get my butt kicked. Aye, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to whirl and limbs to fly. I ain't cutting off no limbs. You can't make me. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ARR, charitable friends at Amalgina and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern. It's about to begin. Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the temperous Avila Valamigo, Sam Teddy, the famed warrior of light, or who was that grinning fool again? Ah, that's right, Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Or will it by our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain? Wahaha! Here I am! Did ya miss me? I say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions, and let the battles begin! Alright, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others, then when it's just the two of us, I'll take a dive. And you receive your share of the winnings. I've not forgotten our promise. Look at Avela's blade spin. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. You breed 'em tough in Alamigo, that's for certain. You are next. Go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, they'll be sneezing up a stone. Literally. Gahahaha. Ah, nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting's giving Uncle Ulti an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? Wait a minute. Roasted truffles? Braised in a savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full where that came from. That meddling musclehead. It's taking him so damned long. The girl's gaze gives it away. Open that gate at once. What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is that your stomach I hear rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating friends you have, Ulti. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Are you perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Gah! Could it be? Vilia's vaunted Tempest Blade? It was that monster all along. The girl played us all for fools. Don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know? For my work and all. Come on, Dower. Has Uncle Ulti ever lied to you? What did I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan. That's a bit rude. That is very rude. I already don't like you. They're all just like racist, and they're just a git. Alamegans, beggars and brutes, a lot of them. Give them a home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get. Send it to Garlemald for all I care. Let's get rid of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted to. But my sister. I feel for the girl. That wasn't his voice. It was a. I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her. But the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Ulti may be so bold, I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Samted here. What say you, Warrior of Light? Aye, that's what we want to see. Ultros, Ultros, Ultros. Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events. Oh, wait a sec. I got his accent wrong as well. I'm losing accents. I'm just dropping them left, right and centre. Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events. But who am I to deny the wishes of a most passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Halatali. The fighters, the tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus a Warrior of Light, who will be left standing when the storm is settled. Be there, or miss a battle for the ages. Yeah, I'm definitely going to wait for others for that, I think. I mean, I can always just, like, queue for it. Whilst we're going through this, I can quickly check up on what other things are in my shop. Which is literally nothing at the moment. Cool. Right, I can just pop that over there, I'll have to deal with that later. So, to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned so as to appear it was coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It was quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in all my years as consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now. Let us make for Halatali. That was... near Camp Drybone? Yeah. I thought as much. Just be a sec. All right. So I've just been told that pasta has been made, but I need to finish this before I go disappear for that. Oh god, Right, I'll pause this so I can actually get the thing. For whatever reason I just decided to click. Well, this tourney's turned into a right mess. Well, with the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, given that's but. Now, know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when there's when one of the 2 is the size of a small house. But here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Say 7 of them. Just even the odds. Aye. Right. Click on that one. I'll see if I can solo this as level 70 samurai. I have doubts, but we'll see. If I can't, we'll queue for his Dragoon. Combatants, the final confrontation will be held here, atop the dragon's neck. All members of a team fall off the platform. Something. Right, I'm guessing I probably want to focus Typhon first. I don't reckon that Ultros has many knockbacks. That was close. What is this? May remove when play starts. Look what it's done to me, Red. Look what it's done. Ooh, that was close. Best I can. I've got a feeling that's probably going to knock me off if I don't take it out. Almost. Okay, so it turns out we can actually do that. It's just it's going to absolutely suck to do it as blue mage, that's all. Thwarted again! I feel like such a sucker. And Sam today claims the Mithril Cup. Get loot from this one. On the wind-up ultras. Good show. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the award ceremony. You should afford us a perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Colosseum. Oh yeah, actually, we should probably just map travel back is quicker. I'm running away from that. I keep forgetting I can just teleport now. Bloody hell. That's where I need to be. Yeah, there's still quite a bit left on this quest chain, so I might go down, grab food, and come back upstairs, finish this off. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now, let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Behold, from the personal vaults of Master Feargeist himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure the likes of which the realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Eorzea's most prominent pilferer, Garhar. Above you. Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates. The opening act dragged on over long, but worry not. The main event is about to begin. I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now, I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend! Mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name. I think not, Hildegard. Greg? 'Tis always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired. Someday, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Do you not mean your skewer? My spear. Vile thief! Is there no shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once. Oh, seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle is already... Mr. Typhon, just a moment. I'm sure I had tissues here somewhere. Gah! Alas and alack! The ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend. Giving up so soon, are we? Oh, that's not the right word. Giving up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Manderville man. But of course, brilliant father. If the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll be just like Delamood. Hillebrand, Helidor, Maximilian. Yeah, Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian. Skyward, as only a Manderville can. Father, you know not your own strength. $197, $198, $199. These are the Mantravilles. These legs, they look strangely familiar. Bye, Enkidu. too much spin in that one, it seems. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with results? Save for one thing. This ring is a fake. But no matter, I have a feeling this will lead to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, I've been a most attentive audience. That key. Bloody elves. Guards! Seize that fiend at once. I changed his accent again. You were supposed to be talking like a pirate. And with that, they're gone. It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Inquiry. It's gone. Second prize? What's the meaning of this? Many faced fiend or no, the man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous. It's the dim lighting. Yes, just step over here. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Let's not be so hasty, friends. I can explain. Sold out my honor, joined forces with that odorous octopus. All for a false treasure? The fool I have been. What was I thinking? Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avelia. Why, it was exactly what you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hegelina, and nothing more. Suppose I was, at that. How do you know my sister's name? I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tell you to the Nanoa mines to eavesdrop on your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself, what I truly was fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not be easily regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. One mystery remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly the second prize, this Ring of Inquiry, was a target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend stolen. A pattern that betrays his true intentions. treaty blade. The same as virtue. The ring of inquiry. All relics with great history, or, to be more precise, relics from the era of the Belladines. Oh, if that is so, the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to have found Eorzea's greatest museum of Belladian history. Pushing up the prices and gouging honest men of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us as much. Just as much. Words. I have enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So this was the thief's final challenge to us. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Just twitching there on the card. The 4 treasures of Belladaya become one. The wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that. And yet it seems a phantom believes there is some truth in these words. Sacred relics from Belladaya. The warden's justice. Lofty words from a glorious footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumours are to be believed. But seem the tales of Master Thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Considering this his targets thus far, an Aldan collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul and the brass blades, and now a mining magnate and stone torches. Is it possible the sympathies of ordinary Aldans would lie with the perpetrator rather than the victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbours no small degree of resentment for the wealthy and authority. For wealth and authority. There we go. Might his next target be a member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Aha! then it will be his downfall, for the greater the challenge, the higher I rise. Just one moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces. There is but one man who shall lay claim to the 4 lost relics of Belladire, and it shall be Hildebrand, agent of inquiry. The Inspector Extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. What's that? No, it could be. Methinks Godmut might need a new pair of spectacles. You can actually acquire the Agent of Inquiry music. You can get that at the Gold Saucer. I think it's 20,000. Might be wrong. The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forgot what you actually look like? I have. How did they freeze in midair like that? Talk about mystery. Oh well, see you next time. This should be the last segment. I was wondering when you would show up. I hope you haven't made any plans for the day because we've got a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumours are to be believed, he claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Uldan society. Mr. Manyfaces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you'll hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril Eye has been selling like Pond's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me with no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we? The hidden treasure of Uldar, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who. The Sunsilk Tapestries. A Wyman. Why am I going that way? So we'll just teleport to the Aetheryte Plaza. That makes things easier. Well now, if it ain't my favourite venturer, and my favourite Mithril Eye reporter, along with him. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help two of my best mates, afraid you've found old Wyman at a loss. Old R has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. Reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any one of them. It's like a swarm of people just moving around. I can tell you this much though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, he's got Sultan sworn in the right thither. Word as they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. Sultan sworn ain't like to be forthcoming with information. That's the only lead we got. Come on, I'd say it's time we pay a visit to the heart of the Oh. I forgot to check which character was actually speaking. The Sultan sworn out like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, I'd say it's time we pay a visit to the heart of the Swan. Oi, hold up there. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourself involved with us. Man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time, the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching. I can assure you I'm more than ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to people. Come, time's of the essence. Where actually is that? Oh, that's all the way down there. Alchemist. Oh my god, I went past the entrance. Right, we're gonna swap to Dragoon for a bit, I think. Alchemy. Alchemy. Halt! All the authorized personnel are allowed in. That'll bugger me with a little broadsword. It's a gentleman, a light's adventuring companion, that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light. Tell me, what tales did you spin to the Sultan Swan recruited to land yourself in this position? Only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that the gentleman of light standing tall, triumphant that day, it moved me to the very depths of my soul. Oh, very depths of my soul, like. Vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero Master Hildebrand. The Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm. They gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You come to assist Master Hildebrand in his investigation, aren't you? Caw, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help me mates who united me with my role model. We went to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff, I'd seem. When she heard the thief was targeting 4 relics of Belladaya, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I go get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, right? A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Elise, from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case. Would appreciate any information you may shed that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure's mine, Miss Elise. If I'm not Miss Ellie. I don't know why I'm reading Elise. God, it's just deteriorated more as the day's gone on. And if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Samtedy Tragus, yes? You know Samtedy? As a regular reader of the Mithril, I would. And I need to pause that because I accidentally clicked. Oh god. Yeah, no, I've missed that. Rip. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the Inspector too will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan swore, the elite of the elite of Uldar's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Bryden. Always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Sam today, a moment if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what's that in your... Demasking dust, a formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counteragent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thief pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. Ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with entire resources of the Sultan Swan at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Uldar. The last of the 4 relics of Belladaya. I fear not. I've pored through the histories time and time again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is vague in reference, in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Belladaya heroes, Belladian heroes. But it makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times have we tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has it foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play into the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I've furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. Yes. The Black Guard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have my word, my lady. There are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Swan have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We'll be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast aside all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame that. Inspector Hildebrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. What of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a great sword? Strangled with a supplica, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the death of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned power of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildebrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto, but if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled by, most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly. Samtedy, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 8 sins of Sasamo. The 80 sins of Sasamo. The 8 sins. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray alert me should anyone suspicious. Should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. Right, whereabouts is this? Okay. Which gate is this? Gate of the Sultana. All the way to Amerley. Flowers? Yes, it's all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing, eh? Hey! I'm the one who put those flowers there, eh? Rather with a memory, me poor boy. You dare defile his memory, eh? Eh? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you on my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away. While you still can, run far, far away. Run or it'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense. My boy. History. Oh, not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard the horrors of Sildi? Aye, old our sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed on both sides, aye. I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy drought brewed by a Sildian alchemist. One with the power to turn the living into the undead. This nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. The traitors spurn. They burned my poor boy into a heap of rotting flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan Sworn. Thal alone knows why. But they whisked the body away before I could do so much as pay my last respects. The traitors spurn? I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. With to be able to procure such a frightening thing, just who are we dealing with here? A Sildine, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildine would know the recipe. But the last remnants of Sildi died 4 centuries ago. Died 4 centuries ago, you say? Yeah, oh yeah, oh, they did, yeah. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. Did it ever occur to you, he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tale from me old great-great-grandma I did, about the 4 relics of Beladiah and the powers they hold. The power to exact justice. The spectre of Sildi has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe unto us all. Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a traitor like your father. If only you kept your nose out of the history books. Never breathed so much as the accursed name of Silda. But you did. And now we're doomed. These stars are really beautiful. Horson's here somewhere. I can feel it in my follicles. The most potent hair tonic in the realm is seen. Aye, it grows. All of a fortnight before my glowing locks fell out all over again. Just as I were chatting up a lovely lass at the quicksand. Just a twisted knife in next realm. Mountebank, charlatan. I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band. With the last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. Hey, we're no permanent solution here, we're just trying to help. It's not his fault you've lost your air. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries, since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta, and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there will contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that you came in search for, that just came out of your mouth, there's some knowledge on Sildin might serve as well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Brodian. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at their guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Seems like one of those last-ditch efforts to me. Well, that doesn't seem like a potential bot, does it? Just roll your face on the keyboard to make a name. Researching the ancient feud between... Oh, wait a second. Need to get this voice right. Researching the ancient feud between Ulda and Sildi, are you? Most impressive. Young people these days show so little interest in learning from the past. Anyhow, I'm pleased to say that I have more than a passing familiarity with the ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of their very mother nation, Belladaya. The fifth astral era was an age of untold wonder. The arcane arts burgeoned, and the great civilizations that commanded such power flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in a war of the Magi, which brought great floods to the sixth umbral calamity. Just for anyone currently listening, the War of the Magi was the black mages fighting the white mages, whilst also simultaneously taking out the blue mages. Not blue mages, sorry. You had like black magic, like I can't even open the map. So you had mages that specialised in like water magic, I think, that were over like near Limsa. And then near Gridania there was a city for white mages, and to the west of that there was a city that was pretty much just black mages, and they had like this whole big war, and then the Sixth Umbral Calamity happened, and it wasn't a good time, to say the least. Which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homeland or face death. It was a small band of these survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they founded the nation of Belladaya some 8 centuries ago. Imagine the government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might have been wrought had Belladayan civilization survived to this very day. Alas, it was not meant to be. There we go, I've got my map back. So, show the world map. Okay, so we have Amdapor somewhere around here. Somewhere in this general region. Yeah, Gridania's here, so we've got Amdapor like around here. We have Mac somewhere around here. I don't know if it's like Mac, or Match. Yeah, so Amdapur, which was white magic, I believe. Mac, which was black magic. And I believe maybe about here-ish was the city of Nim. It might have been over this side, I'm not entirely sure. It's somewhere on Vilbrand anyway. Oh wait, no, Ogamura's over there, so yeah, it will be over this side. Yeah, these two start fighting. Had like a whole all-out war thing. And these over here were just remaining neutral. But the black mages over here were just like, you know what? These mages over here, they might cause a problem. Like, if they're not on our side, then, like, clearly they're against us. So they released, like, a plague over there. In fact, I'm pretty sure they released a plague over in the White Mage City as well. You don't say. Not every day someone crosses into our halls researching the Silde. A fellow student of history, though. I more than welcome this conversation. Belladine civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals. When they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split the kingdom into two, forming twin nations of Uldar and Sildi. But, not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Uldar and the fallen Sultan of the Sildi? It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. Oh, I get it. So, the ruler for Uldar is Nanamo Ulnamo. So the ruler for Sildi would have been something Sil something. That's where the ul comes in. Okay. Fair enough. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations, till the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Uldar emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smouldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battle fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Uldar's superior numbers, the Sildian alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem, employing a frightful formula known as the traitor's spurn. They brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion to use on the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it now. It's truly a crowning glory of our nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. I'm pretty sure the last time that I was going through this quest, I didn't see the person that was like outside the room. So I was just like looking around in here for ages. What's that? What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Uldar and Sildi? I suppose I can spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Uldar, weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildi, weighing knowledge and power. The power sought by the two nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Uldan prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power wrought by Sildin knowledge and was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear, but riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories? And what does it say, what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know the war against Sildi? Ulda and Amalja warriors fought side by side. Likely you did not. And neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. Yet, the histories read by the populace, will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone at some time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I've said too much already. I think my favourite thing with here is do they actually have one on the desk? No. They might get some later on, but they literally have some of the books like chained up. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review, and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. Pardon me. A war of succession divides the great civilization of Beladaya, giving rise to the sibling nations of Uldar and Sildi. The two nations coexist for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating outright war. Daunted by Uldar's superior military might, Sildi employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Sildi, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen into slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully into the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildian statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem and have him apologize for the theft in person, for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave yourself. Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and spectres, it appears increasingly likely that a quarry may share some link to Sildi. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This Sildian connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Beladian relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? Few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightening air about him. Wait. Yes, it's coming to me. Of course! My keen investigator senses ring out with the voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. I like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Kukuria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Actually, if it's Horizon, I might as well just teleport. It'll be quicker than teleporting to Vesper Bay for free and then running down. Because it's actually quite the distance between like, look at that, I'd have to teleport to there, then fly over here, just to leave in a short time. Yes? If you've got business, make it quick. My teleport time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are. But I ain't got the time or patience for this mummery. If you'll excuse me, I have important clients await. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Derilda. Sorry. Lady Derilda. Well met indeed, pray tell. Whatever brings you to these environs this fair morning? Why, I live here, you ham-headed halfwit. Inspector Broden. This is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Guguria, we can discuss business after. Pray let the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Derilda, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's namesday present. I had one in mind. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Eshtame's latest seasonal collection. You would also be able to procure one for me, yes? Or I shall eliminate the middleman and make a trip to Ul'dah myself. I'll say just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, even more valuable than any mere trinket. It was her daughter's smile. Alright. I'll tell you what you want to know, but you didn't hear of me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of the zombie dust. Trader's spurn, was it? These cards speak of 5 victims. It got me thinking. Silda. 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with the name. Aye, a few would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see. Working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ul'dah-Sildi conflict from reaching the ears of folks like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, what sort of knowledge would that be? Those balls don't make me say no more. I got a family to feed. Very well, just tell us one last thing. Who hired you? And where can we find him? Hob. His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me He's gonna set sail for Limsa. There's 5 best sellswords to guard his back. That said, there were many prying eyes on the airship docks. So he had a private ship docked for him waiting up Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man, Hob, must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They said the Arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now don't ask me how it all works, but Hob's got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. As he heard that the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured us, for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow. Let's seek out this Hob fellow. Let's see what he can share with us. Let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak. Whereabouts we're looking for Hob? Ah. Gotta find Hob. Hob the Goblin. Which one's Hob? Master Hob? Is everything quite alright? No, stay back, Ellie. Hunger. I hunger. For your brains. Damn. There's no saving this man, Saturday. Do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me that this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. It would seem that we were a few moments late at the scene. Yes, it's a quite long quest line, but I just want to get it all sorted. A message. And then there was one. Will they gasp? There it is again. Something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense, a sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand, we should be careful. For the moment, let us return our findings to Miss Felice. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I too had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. I need another drink. Because my throat is drying out something fierce. You'll do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give you my leave, but pray be wary. Not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there is something important. There is something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, Inspector? Ah, at Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? Everyone looks away. Oh, I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. A secret vow? Oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now, let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. Your life? Oh, Costa del Sol, everyone looks away. Oh, what am I doing? I can just... I can literally just teleport and I forgot. Makes it so much easier. And then from here we teleport to the... Arcanist? No. Alchemist, there we go. That was close. I got the ah sound and I got the k sound. And they both have ist in it as well. Oh god, I'm gonna need to quickly get that one. Sorry, I'll take a little tad. I accidentally clicked before I was actually ready to read. Steps of Thou. Walking over. Click, pause. There we go. A fourth victim. Thou have mercy. Are you able to glean out of a connection with the other victims? The arbiters of truth. No, it cannot be. Somebody help! Miss Ellie? The voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? Man, when I thought to ask him a few questions before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead. It would seem. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? He saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop him. This man wears the armor of a sultan's sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. That's the thief of many faces. The thief of many faces? To think we would find a man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions, a lady's pugilistic puissance? Puissance? I don't know. I declare the case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. While you're at it, is there something else immensely valuable you'd like to wantonly destroy? Double glamour. What's the meaning of this? Genius. A double disguise. Planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Krigu, one of my most capable men, assigned I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. The Phantom Thief, with a Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership, rise through the ranks of the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility that her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to ... My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper, it's gone. For foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Bah, what is the meaning of this racket and rumpus? Just as we were about to make our triumphant return. Isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie! Miss Ellie! That shadow you said you saw? I think it was just a dormouse. Poor Nashu. To think he'd literally stumble face first into the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. Just leaving her in the middle of the street, that's rude. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie and quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis, I thought you had already departed in the company of your men. But all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom's final target, is none other than... Hildebrand Mander? Me. Mind you, it was not a role I sought out of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day, I received an anonymous letter stating that the position in the committee had opened, and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer of the Sultan's Swan, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I'll sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such a time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress, and as a gentleman, that is exactly what I will do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal associate? Inspector, over here! Ah, there you are, Nehru. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw something in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse. It's a really cute dormouse, you see? It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for just a moment, Nehru. Yes, my inspector sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us today. Let's split up and canvass our surroundings. A water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor. Be wary and be warned. Pardon me. Trust no one, but your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. Obtain a sachet of demasking dust. In the next instant you'll feel an intimidating presence behind you. Oh, if it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Samtedy. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you. Oh, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn. Now you have come up upon a series of anonymous letters? Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend? Or this is but another trap laid by the fiend. Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances calls for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone, myself included, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of the Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in the investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would not be pleased. No, she would not. Not at all. The sender speaks true. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the impostor beyond all reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I. Let's say you have a few words with each of them. See if aught seems amiss. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is a phantom thief. It seems the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Bryden told me all about it. Who would have thunk Miss Ellie was a phantom thief this whole time? She sure fooled me. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? It stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses. It's not half the fool his son is. Must elude him and quickly. Time's of the essence. I questioned the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you'll kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Inspector Bryden, I hope you're not doubting me. While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here could have spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has been proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Samtony found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? The remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party. Worry not, they should be reporting back within the bell's time. Ha! That might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wriggle my way out of this, and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. Fear that the more time we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Oh, that is more time than we can afford, sorry. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie had only the passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Samtony here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close, extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. All the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. He asked me anything too obscure, my cover is good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is close, I dare say. At times we share a mind. If this Nashu is my ever loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing this thought. Ahem. I'm a Manderville man. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Kurthus to Thanalan. Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, undubitably the true Nashu. Never loved you more than now, you marvellous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes. There's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... genius, Inspector? Charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different? The gasp. Seven hells. Done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? A resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Bryden. Once again you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister. My eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Ceci. Charmed, I'm sure. If quite upright. Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no spectres. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of the Sildi aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled? To find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No. A thief that 4 times stole the show. Oh, and those priceless relics was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers. All the while spinning hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of the nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, I could never have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Ceci, from gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. What is it that you and Miss Elliot hope to accomplish from your schemes? Justice! 400 years ago, old-down dogs reduced our great nation to the nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait. History says that it was Sildi that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie. You work from the shadows, silencing those that would speak the truth. You have it. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Uldar that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate was built on a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The power in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They said it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories didn't tell you. The truth that this doe-eyed Sultan Swan would kill to keep buried in the sands of Thanelin. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. Ha 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 ha. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. The masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel waging a battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see it soon enough. They're eating each other's brains out on the streets. The last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 secret relics of Beldiah. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildi, before the Uldan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so, it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, with the 4 relics in hand. Just think, one day, you'll be able to tell your grandchildren that you were there when the zombie powder rained down on Uldan. No, wait, we'll all be dead. Preposterous! But first you, my dear. You will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Ceci. Hildebrand! Idiot! Just for once could you not get in the way? Godbird Manderville, I can't even trust your sorry butt to look after him for a day. I knew it. That presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Yep. Am I to understand you were Hildebrand's mother? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Samtade. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. I think not, sir. You have potatoes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon. My beloved boy has been turned into a stinking corpse, if you haven't blummin' noticed. You, Samtade or something, was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I can come on a bit strong sometimes. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back, leave things to my sorry but husband here. Look where that's got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Just like, yeah, please don't hit me with that skillet. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and look at him, he's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. Vial of holy water. The ingredients are simple: a tatter of oversold rags, a vial of twice distilled water. Singo to the market should stock the former, the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry, the poison spreads throughout his veins and no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I shall search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nasher is still alive. Ouch, and smarts. Egad, Sildy, you're looking none too hearty yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accommodate Sam Teddy here, and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Singod Sundries, was it? Come now. There's work to be done. Ain't nobody messing with his mama. Right. Where are we going? Okay. Sapphire Avenue. Oversold rags, you say? I fear that I've only a single tatter left in stock, and it's already spoken for. But my good man, you must reconsider my dear friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, my friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags unless you can offer me the same. No deal. Gah. You expect us to be able to summon a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here, if it isn't the Warrior of the Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. As it happens, I just returned from my training. The slaying of 10 chimeras happened to be the task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to share. Ah, thank you kindly. My lady, you are far too kind. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildebrand and Sam Teddy here, I'd still be tag teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. I'm a woman who pays my debts. I should be somewhere near the end at the moment. Somewhere. Maybe. That'll take me if that wasn't a feel of the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back from the bottom of the ranks, I'm proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I have half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. A kind sentiment, my good man. But we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we? And with this, our task here is done. Now let us find a trader by the name of Guest. I love that there's like a little step there for Lalafell. Guest. Where is Guest? Chamber of Rule. Chambert de l'Automne. Right. The blundering Manderville boy on his last legs, and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those blooming Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down for every last gill for down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be happier and wealthy man. And now, I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, sir. And do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive or forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this dance? Sam today, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball by perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis Maiden in the flesh. What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers, and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and honour both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Sam today with a bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. You know this man? It's a price you... If that's the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? Thanks. I knew Hildy would be a worthy rival, but to think he was beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. Right, where are we going? Oh, that's handy, it's literally just outside. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Blooming brilliant. I'd take you over the musclehead halfwit of a husband any day. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. That'll you, you blooming bugger. Guide my skillet. Aye, that should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry. He's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look what I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Samtedy, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildy ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well by me, dear boy, today. Don't worry. I'll handle things from here. It's a nice warm bed for him. And don't think a few specialists who... and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. The seven hells you're standing around for? The future of old eyes at stake. Samtedy, my strength is yours as well. For Ulda and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband. What with you having more muscle than sense? If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the market and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see. I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I am a warrior, not Aaron. Oh, yes, lady. Say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited confrontation with Sam today. That said, both the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Sam today and Hildy both, oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends, tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Sam today could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever do you wander? Hear my words and return to my side, Enkidu. Do you hear me? Enkidu! Ye gods, what was that flash from the heavens? Nearly blinded me, and what? The crystals, where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion. Why must you always make me wait so? That should probably be the end of it. Yeah. What you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around at the Sildy excavation site, with her mind set on turning Old Eye into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hilda is much touching, but don't you worry. Mother Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. Where are we going? Blackbrush Station. There we go. Yeah, I've done so much talking this this stream is actually hurting my throat a bit. Which is why I'm glad we're doing Destiny tomorrow, because that gives my throat a bit of a rest. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead. Where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we are considering physically incapacitating her. That crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with traitor's spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. You're our only hope. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg you. Surely if anyone can convince that woman to abandon her madness, it's you. Oh, it wouldn't be me, Chief. It would be the other one. Where is she? Oh, there she is. It would be the other one. The posh one, you know. Sam today. I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge. But should you think so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Ceci is already in custody. Surrender now. They will see no harm befalls her. How little you understand as Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Ceci and I have no family, no friends, no fortune. Nothing. Two sisters against the world, with our only quest for justice given us meaning. Long ago we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the Eldan dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness! Oh, sorry, Inspector. I think I'm scared of a few mingly-mangly zombies. There's too many of them. All in a day's work from Manderville. And now, it's hammer time. Quite a few. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with the Inspector Hildebrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far. He's as good as 6 forms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy. And you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. Only a splash of holy water can stave off the effects of traitor's sperm. I fear the good Inspector's luck has finally run out. Those balls, is there no end to them? Not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, Sam, today. Warrior of light that you are, might have yet served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! Darkness falls, and hope fades to despair. 4 warriors born of light shall descend in their righteous glare. Order me with a broadsword. May I so be believed? Then pose. No, these are not 4 warriors of light, I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. Blinking intensifies. Just so, my good man. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Aye, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my snubble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig of your lovely locks once I've ripped them clean from your head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elazar. Oh, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombie Brand was at risk of becoming an actual dead, we had to take action. Immunity to... I'm just going to pretend this makes any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. Smile. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Erdian? He said there was something you would tell me when this was all through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Oh, it's gonna make me cry. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you have lost everything, everyone you ever had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something, someone with whom I intend never to part. Care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Oh. Miss Ellie, the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable. You are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspirations cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Uldar was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to fore. Do you hear that? Something on the wind. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing cloak and dagger, I require Sam Teddy's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time has come for our all too long delayed confrontation. Why the long face, friend? Ah, but mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be? The treaty blade? The true one at that. None other. I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save the one that to the one that could defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? I'll be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, holding a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, thinking about how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens. The next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, that makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, rather the primal Enkidu. The world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Samtede, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will prove no easy task. It will not prove so easy a task. And yet, I trust you will not shirk away from the challenge. I, Enkidu and I, shall await you at Manderville Keep. Tis a ways from here. What better venue for a climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu. To the skies. 2 against 1? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, Samtede, to Manderville. It's a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. Oh, but of course, I'd near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please. Well, I only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. Also, at the point of the story that I'm actually at, the only Scion you'll be able to contact is Elfina, and he's in Ishgard. Maybe Alice, if you can track down wherever she is. Right, it should be this part. And I am going to need to change which class I am. Back to Samurai. We should be near enough, if not actually at the end now. This is more than likely going to be rough. I remember this fight being quite nasty. Because it's a place where you learn a spell that reduces something's HP by 50%. So, I'm trying. Is that you, Samtede? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's tail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I would be concluding my investigation forthwith, but an Meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together, we will reclaim the treaty blade from the knave. Yes, just go on ahead. I'll be along directly. Right, battling the big keep. There it is. And this is going to suck. We'll see if I can actually finish this. If not, I'll dash to the toilet, queue for it normally. We'll try and do it that way. At long last we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall... I forget which one casts White Wind. I think it might be Enkidu casts White Wind. Some of that. Right, I forget, are we okay to... Yes, we're okay to attack that in as a chicken. Alright, so Enkidu is the first one that you got to take out. Ooh, here is Soundbird. Oh, missile was going to suck. Ah, yes, that's why you run into them. Okay. Turbulence hits pretty hard, but you need to burst the things as a chicken. For Gilgamesh, it is transformation time. Gilgamesh wielding all the weapons that is, well, all the good weapons that he's actually claimed. Okay. and dodge like weird AoEs, whilst also trying to dodge AoEs. Okay, it was less rough than I imagined. All down enough, I should say. Enough expositionary banter. Like no more hijinks from Gilgamesh. I'll return the treaty blade as soon as I remember where I put it. And this isn't the end for Gilgamesh either. We'll link you. I look forward to the next time I fight Gilgamesh. What ho, Anthony? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once. We shall deliver the final coup de grace together. The battle has already been won? That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly the lesson you have learned from me... Yeah, clearly the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. What's this you say? The treaty blade hides hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate. For no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? We're in it! We're in it, Hildebrand! News of the primal and the treaty blade. Well, the treaty blade's hidden somewhere in the forest, the primal's done. Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. course they're beautiful. They're the greatest treasures of Lost Silde. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. Just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There's an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by a dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, I wouldn't have given to see the ultimate achievement of the greatest mages of the realm has ever known. Just what sort of incantation is this? The rain cast open the doors of justice. The wise man whispered a verdict true. Azema's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, just like that, I swear unto you. Then... My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light, he's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it. I won't be able to see the legendary power of our forefathers. I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers, wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Bye, Hildy. Skyward, oh. Well, I dare say that proved the most useful incantation indeed. So the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector! Oh, Inspector, wait for me! All's balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, now you fly off to God knows where without even giving her a kiss goodbye. Ho ho ho. Appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand. As it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the silly incantation of light legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light? Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. Magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes. nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case. He still manages to make a girl's dream come true. Gentleman to the end. The blooming Wild. What's this? Glinted the corner of my eye. A curious scent, wafting onto the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends. For wherever the wronged want for succor, I shall be there. And that is it for our Realm Reborn's Hildebrand questline. Ouch. But poor Coblin. Bye. But yeah, that is that's that. We'll be returning to our Dragoon stuff as of... Where is the next one? 1 second. Give me a second to have a look. Thursday. So we'll be back to Dragoon stuff on Thursday. I'm just going to get myself in the right zone. And after that, I shall be saying thank you very much for watching. Thank you for lurking. And yeah, I shall see you next time. Bye now.